Everybody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Nothing feels better when the sun goes down. Darkness heightens senses, sweeten touch and sound. Minutes turn to hours, you let go and lose count. Living in the moment, float with the current of the ocean.
Give me a baseline pumping. Stuck in my head, no running away. No running away. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes.
Let the night take over.
Take a dive, ride the wave.
Take one more step closer. Go with the flow and follow your heart. Leave your problems at the door, they won't bother you no more. Tonight is the night, there's no better time to start. Take my hand and jump in. I wanna let loose, get up to something.
Give me a baseline pumping. Stuck in my head, no running away.
No running,
No running away.
no running.
Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes.
Let the night take over.
Take a dive, ride the wave.
Ride the wave. Take one more step closer.
High on life, cut the brakes.
Let the night take over.
Take a dive,
that you don't wanna mess with. I've taken knocks, that's what it costs to be strong and independent. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them round for show. I'm in the zone and I just hit a strike. Haters got me singing like haters got me singing like haters got me singing like you a hater, you a hater, you a hater, hater, hater. Stay on my grind, I'm in my prime. I push myself right to my limit. Study my craft, so know the past. Don't hold me back, I've learned my lesson. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them round for show. I'm in the zone and I just hit a strike. Haters got me singing like 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 I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the change. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the change. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the change. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, got to the change. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. Counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees in pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. I'm not unhappy, my dear, but nothing is holding me here. They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines I know. Our last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo.
Nothing feels better when the sun goes down. Darkness heightens senses, sweeten touch and sound. Minutes turn to hours, you let go and lose count. Living in the moment, float with the current of the ocean.
Give me a baseline pumping, stuck in my head, no running away, no running away. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way.
High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take the dive, ride the wave, take one more step closer. Go with the flow and follow your heart. Leave your problems at the door, they won't bother you no more. Tonight is the night, there's no better time to start. Take my hand and jump in, I wanna let loose, get up to something.
Give me a baseline pumping, stuck in my head, no running away,
No running,
no running away.
no running.
Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way.
High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take the dive, ride the wave, take one more step closer.
Get 'em down, everybody, come and clap your hands. Feel the groove, everybody, get up and dance. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let it go, feel it down in your soul. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turn it up, get on down. Baby, gonna twist and shout. Rip it up, cover it up. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. Yeah, yeah. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause we can't stop now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because we can't stop now. Feel the vibe, everybody swing side to side. Party on, tell your mama you'll be home at dawn. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like a feather, whatever the weather coming around. Can't beat this feeling when you hear that sound. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, turn it up, get on down. Baby, gonna twist and shout. Rip it up, cover it up. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. Turn it up, get on down. Baby, gonna twist and shout. Rip it up, cover it up. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. Oh, no. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. I said we can't stop, baby. Turn it up, get on down. Baby, gonna twist and shout. Rip it up, cover it up. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. Turn it up, get on down. Baby, gonna twist and shout. Rip it up, cover it up. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. We can run, we can walk. Hear your laughter, hear you talk. We can fly, take it all away. We can run, we can walk. Hear your laughter, hear you talk. We can fly, take it all away. Don't stop, keep on moving. Take it higher, with desire. Be my rock, don't falter. When I'm falling, I hear me calling. Just keep on working till it comes down to the wire. Just keep on working, keep on working. We can run, we can walk. Hear your laughter, hear you talk. We can fly, take it all away. We can run, we can walk. Hear your laughter, hear you talk. We can fly, take it all away.
They say that Tuesdays for the boys, and the boys are here for the night of the OCL. We're coming towards the tail end of Stage 2, of course. We are getting thick and deep into the action. Joining me, of course, on the mic, it's Cthulhu and Proto. Gentlemen, we're coming into yet another Playday with some big matches on the line. I mean, Cthulhu, how are we feeling with what we've seen so far?
Honestly, I'm feeling quite good with the sheer amount of action that we did manage to receive throughout the majority of the playdays that we've seen so far. I'm quite excited for the future.
And of course, Proto, some performances that we sort of expected up until this point, and then some that we were a little bit confused about. At this stage in the competition, though, is there anyone that you could say is sort of that front runner for that promotion spot at the end of the stage?
I mean, look, given what we've seen in the first few playdays, Circular Spheres are looking really, really good. But another team that has sort of come back, I guess, after their revitalization is the new Ex-Antic Get a Grip LFO. I mean, they've been looking really, really good as well. 16-20 even, you could say. So some interesting things possibly to unfold tonight as well.
Well, let's have a look at how things are currently, of course, the standings as they are for the moment. Right now, like you talked about, Proto, Get a Grip right up there at the top alongside Circular Spheres. Bringing up the, mid portion of the pack, though. 16-20 Kings, 4 points behind Dynasty on 4 of their own. Altered Zelios, Nutty Gaming, Big Dogs, Altered Edge. I mean, there is some big disparities at the moment, Cthulhu.
Yeah, we've managed to somehow get the quite a lot of positions all separated rather nicely in points-wise, but that battle for the first place is probably one of the spicier ones that we've seen, given that Kraken is no longer in OCL. There's kind of that new, or rather their empty spot on the throne for the top place of OCL, and currently Antic and Circular Sphere has been definitely showing some really good promising runs, both currently on a 3-match win streak. So today might be the opportunity for one of those teams to finally lose that streak.
And of course, Proto, I mean, being safe, guaranteed for at least this week in the top 2 places. That's not a small feat by any means.
No, definitely good to lock yourself in one of those top spots. I mean, currently tied for first is a good place to find yourself in. That, as you said, you do have that security in keeping one of those 2 spots, depending on how your games go this evening. But other than that, they're going to be pretty happy knowing that they're relatively safe sitting at the top right now.
Speaking of our games tonight, let's have a look at the schedule as it stands at the moment. We could see some pretty big position shifts, of course. Dynasty versus Altered Zelios up first. Nutty Gaming taking on the 16-20 Kings. That big matchup in the 3rd place, of course. Circular Spheres and Get a Grip, our 2 front runners at the moment, taking each other on to see who is the big team in this competition. And Altered Edge versus Big Dogs to round out the night. Cthulhu, is there anything that you've, other than obviously the big match in our 3rd of the night, anything else that you think might be a bit of an interesting matchup?
I'm actually quite curious about the Dynasty versus Altered Zelios one. This one could get quite interesting because on the side of Altered Zelios, obviously it's a team that, it's always fun to watch them perform. They always come out with some of the rather, well, one could call them goofy, I call them genius to a certain degree strats, and whenever they do work, it's an absolute pleasure watching them. And then the Altered Edge versus Big Dogs. Look, Big Dogs, I'll be honest, definitely did not have the best of a run, so definitely this is the time for them to find redemption.
Well, speaking of finding, maybe not redemption that they're looking for, let's get on into our first matchup, of course. Let's find out what Dynasty and Altered Zelios are bringing to the table. Dynasty, Cthulhu, was a team that we sort of hyped up last stage as being one of the potential front runners. They haven't quite hit that mark. They've had some moments where they look good. And Altered Zelios, well, they true to form. We don't quite know what to make of them yet.
Yeah, that's true. Look, yeah, Zelios, unfortunately, last week did get quite a spanking against Circular Spheres. For Dynasty, though, look, it's a team that might just end up being revitalized rather well. Finally, we do get to see Sealy, who we've been hyping up for the first few play days before he was able to actually step into the roster. But Spruce, Fluxus, Sealy, Syro, and Bop, look, it's a roster that might just finally give Dynasty that much needed boost in their standings. And I mean, after a 7-3 win on Villa against Nutty Gaming, they might just be able to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Sealy, we've hyped it up. Looking into it, interesting choice of jersey I'm seeing there from Spruce. I understand how he feels, but I mean, Proto, yeah, Sealy coming into this competition, his debut match with the team. I mean, what do you make of that? Is this sort of how we expected him to be showing up, or is this potentially that flash in the pan that we were wondering about?
I reckon 100% that Sealy has added something to Dynasty. I mean, they had a great game last week, 7-3. He dropped 10 kills for himself in his debut game. And so, if it's anything like in the past, players coming in and doing things like that on their first day, definitely think he's got up in the tournament.
And Cthulhu, we know them, we love them. Altered Zelios, of course, a bit of a force of chaos. Not quite sure what to make of them on any given play day. Banana can step up and put on a big show. He's not there at the moment, so that's a little bit concerning. But I mean, you've got Dirty coming in, Crosscode. He's hyped up as a bit of a frag man. He's still trying to learn the more intricate parts of the game, but last week he showed up still for the team.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Dirty definitely is being one of the freshest additions to AZ. certainly has managed to show some really good, promising moments. And certainly, whilst the Zelios only were able to score 1 point off the Spheres, they were still able to show some really good performances. And in general, look, it's a roster that they have already, you know, all the show-off power. They have all the flashiness in their performance. Now it's just getting the coordination for themselves on a few occasions. Because, look, I mean, even, you know, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Banana, he was able to play pretty well in tandem with players like Rice.
Yeah, I mean, Rice, again, he's been with this Altered Zelios roster for a wee while. Again, a bit hit or miss, so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he's capable of showing up and helping Dirty get over that finish line, of course, for a much-needed win for Altered Zelios. But, I mean, Proto, I mean, thinking about it as well, coming to the end of Stage 2, it's not all over with Playday 7. You have OCS to look forward to. And, I mean, last stage, it was... I'm going to be real. I'm going to keep it 100. It was an embarrassing showing from the OCL, given that, I mean, what, more than half of them didn't even show up on the day.
Yeah, a lot of them pulled out on the morning of, and unfortunately didn't get to play, and then ultimately, obviously, going forward towards the final end of things. We didn't have a great showing, Panda. You are 100% right in saying that. So hopefully this OCS, we can show up and do some damage this time, and everyone actually gets on to play in the morning. But either or, it's an avenue at the end of the season, so they have that to look forward to.
Yeah, it's about showing up. And speaking of showing up, let's go to the map vetoes and see where we're showing up for map 1. Of course, we've seen, well, pretty stock standard across the board, and we go to Chalet, which, I mean, Cthulhu, this was an integral, this is a cornerstone of map for OCL coming into the end of last year.
Oh yeah, Chalet being one of the most picked maps back in the conclusion of 2021. Definitely was one of those that shown quite a fair bit of flexibility in the general kind of performance. So definitely curious to see how will teams like Dynasty and Zelios as well will be able to perform, because I believe for Altered Zelios as well, this is going to be the first time, actually as a matter of fact both teams, this is going to be the first time for them to show off their prowess on this snowy map. And look, I think it's actually one of the few maps that had a little bit more of a skew towards attacker, a little bit more of a skewed favor out of all the maps that we got to see.
And I mean, obviously in recent competition, we got to see Sealy's former team, Team 7, show up on this map a few times. Proto, do you reckon that, I mean, it's an integral team that he's joined, he's slotted in quite well. Do you reckon that that level of teamwork might help them a little bit, given that AZ lean into the chaos side of things more?
Yeah, I definitely think Dynasty, with their chemistry, are going to look good to have. I think some pretty big plays in this map. Obviously, it's a map that requires a lot of interplay between the teams. So Dynasty have got that on lock. I mean, we've seen them play it before in the previous iteration of the roster, and they did really well on it. So given they've added Sealy, that fragging prowess, they have a lot more aggression, I guess we could say, on the board. I definitely think that given what they already have structure-wise, Sealy's going to slot in great for tonight.
And of course, Cthulhu, new operators in the pool, going to a map like Chalet. I mean, how impactful do you think the likes of Sens and Azami are going to be today?
A lot, especially Azami, and I wouldn't even be surprised if she will be banned out tonight, given just how much impact she can bring over. Because, say, positions like the piano hold upstairs can now be becoming even more of a reinforced setup. You don't really, per se, need that sort of ballistic shield anymore, because the Azami barricades could definitely do a somewhat similar job. And so there's a number of ways to really utilize her. So she will be definitely a thorn in the side. Sens a little bit more of a kind of a niche pick, but definitely the gun on their hands and the loadout is quite scary.
Yeah, look, I'm keen to see teams sort of figure out where Sens slots into things. They've got somewhere in the game. You can see it. Everything is there. Like this pick should somehow fit into an attacking lineup, but teams aren't quite willing to go there yet. But Proto, I mean, can potentially AZ lead into that chaos a little bit more? We know that there's room for those spawn peaks. There's some long angles you can contest outside on the defense. Do you reckon AZ could sort of play into that menace factor a little bit?
Yeah, spawn peaks, I mean, a big thing on Chalet is that a lot of them, you can get angles onto spawns with sort of no real point of contests from any of the outside angles. So yeah, I mean, we could see Altered Zelios definitely lean into that sort of chaos a little bit more to try and do some damage, but either or, it's going to depend on how they want to play it. Obviously, given that they're going up against a team like Dynasty, they want to be careful.
Well, Proto, we'll let you go. Have a bit of a break. Have your dinner before we get you back for map 2. Cthulhu, we're going to be jumping on into it, of course. And I mean, look, this is the big question on everyone's lips. Do you reckon we will get to see Ben stretch those hamstrings out a little bit tonight?
Absolutely. There's going to be plenty of the stretch to be done. And I'm certainly very much looking forward to it. Because out of all the people, look, we have, you know, the absolute character himself, Chef Jeff, now Banana as well. And I'm loving these kind of performances, you know, people having their own fun with all of this presentation and not really taking this competition as seriously as one would initially imagine. So it's definitely, it's a good thing to see them do that. But interestingly enough, a Flores band to come around plus a Jacko feels rather interesting.
I mean, it does leave up some of your usual suspects. I mean, Thatcher going to be a player. I mean, not the end of the world on this map. Shella, you can still work around the Thatcher being available. But, I mean, Flores is about as stock standard as you can currently get on the map. Valkyrie also making a lot of sense. Banning it away from Ben, a bit questionable here in this matchup. But given how much info that a Valkyrie does provide at any given bomb site, it's an understandable takeaway.
Absolutely so. And Valkyrie and Azami, there we go. The operator that I mentioned before. Definitely the Dynasty roster fully understanding how impactful she can be very much on the defense. So taking her out will dumb things down a little bit more, would allow those kind of cracks in some of the defense setups would definitely show a little bit more thoroughly. So it's definitely a good thing to take out. Especially with the way how occasionally Altazelius could get jiggy with it as well. But running into the defense, Dynasty bringing out the lineup that is sort of a bit of a hybrid, really. Because, I mean, you have Celio and Wamai, you have the Jaeger and the Alibi. Sorry, I nearly blanked out there. So, all three of those operators could very much, you know, run amok the whole map and basically just completely swoop in and take the dubs.
Yeah, I mean, the expectations, of course, coming into this, Dynasty should be the favorite team, given, you know, the extra structure that we are experiencing from them at the moment. But, I mean, again, it's Altered Zelios. They can show up, and they can absolutely upset with the way that they play.
Yeah, this is definitely could be a good shout for Dynasty to, you know, bring a dub for themselves on this very map, because this will definitely be a good test for their flexibility, because with Chalet it sort of allows you to play both a bit more of a hunker down play, but also it does encourage a little bit more of a roam play style. So certainly going into some of the later ends of this matchup, we could be seeing a little bit more of a deeper dive into the Stradbroke possibly. But aside of Altazelius, I'm looking at the lineup. It's kind of back to the usual kind of play. We have the Rex, we have the two LMGs, the Hibana, and the Sledge. So nothing too unusual per se, and well, very much frag heavy though.
Yeah, I think the most out there you're probably getting is the Ying, of course, which could be a little bit of a pain for Silo to deal with, given those Candelas, but he does get the cross in the window. Goonbag somehow allowing that, you know, that corner player to slip out. Sealy somehow away with his life for the moment. 1 minute burnt. I mean, Dynasty are doing a great job of wasting what time Old Zelios have.
Well, speaking of wasting or not wasting at all, really, Goonbag connects a really nice shot onto Cyro. Sealy down as well. The library has been actually fully cleared out, but not the library stairs. So good initial foothold to be taken by Altazelius will be certainly spelling a whole lot more problems for for Dynasty. And yeah, look, this could be a bit of a big talking point.
Yeah, I mean, Dynasty, they've still got the tools. You lose two, it's unfortunate, but they've got what they need. Altazelios, again, leaning into that chaos a little bit, pairing quite well with a pretty strategic approach above the side. It's a stock standard approach, but Lux here on the flank could very much upset with that MK14 in hand. He's sitting on the piano double right now. A swing onto anyone would put this in a doable territory, and he can hear the floor being opened up. Spots the sledge, gets the tap off, looking for more. This is already a huge investment. They're not able to trade it back.
Not at all, yeah, but Goonbag continues to keep on the consistent fragging as well. Bob, well, at the moment, having a few troubles trying to find the safe ground. Dirty getting the better of him. It's all down to Flux. Does get the nearly better off the Finker, but Ben himself decides, no. Look, you may sink a couple shots, but that's all that you can progress on. So, look, it's a little bit of a spooky moment, not gonna lie, and at least for Altazelios, they back into the swing of things rather convincingly.
Yeah, right now they take it. You can see they're quite happy with how that first round played out. Byron Gaming looking a little bit weak, strangely enough, for Dynasty, which, I mean, it's the go-to site on this map. It should be one of your strongest. But no, the upstairs hold, despite Sealy getting out of position, it was completely nullified. So Kitchen Dining, the next attempt. How do they look to pivot and adjust?
Yeah, look, I think the idea here would be that they just dial things down just a teeny tiny bit, because maybe in the first round they got a little bit too keen for some of those gunfights, whereas on the side of Altazelios they got maybe too serious for their play, because Goonbag's actual double kill during that round worked out pretty well, all things considered. So going into round 2, I mean, the introduction of Warden that's kind of played quite well into what was a Ying pick, but regardless of that, still two just smoke grenades period should be now easily redeemable against that Warden. And from there on out, for Dynasty, as long as they're keeping their whole general play relatively safe, I think they might just be able to pull off a win against Altazelios.
Sealy, though, downstairs on this roam, looking to try and intercept Altazelios early, and the pings are coming through, so they know that there is presence down in this basement and spotted. Unfortunately, not quite able to thread the needle on the shots needed. We'll have to pull himself out of that position, but that's early information given to Altazelios and the positioning of how Dynasty are trying to hold this.
Yeah. Going into this round so far, already a bit of a stacked setup. Two people over by the trophy stairs. Yeah, to make those rotations. Not as much of an emphasis on that top floor hold, which feels rather a little bit counterintuitive, at least in the current meta, but it does provide a little bit more walking room, or rather more fallback routes for Dynasty to play off, should they need it. And Syro obviously now starting to get a little bit more pressured about the play. Might need to fall back in tandem with Bob.
Yeah, so far it looks like a pretty one-dimensional push from the side of Altazelios. They are all coming in from that same angle. So it is going to come to a lot of, heads-on gunfights to decide sort of how this execute does come about, whether it's on even ground or whether things turn into that chaos fest that we are so accustomed to seeing Altazelios in. Right now, though, Sealy, the first one, a couple bit of damage. Flux, the first to fall, though.
Yeah, with Flux falling, that's not particularly what you want to lose, and that's the C4 wielder, but Sealy at least is able to get a refrag onto Goonbag. That's your Thatcher off the board. That's your ease of breach now completely denied, and Sealy actually continues his run. The Warden Glass is actually coming in rather huge here, and a lot of damage dealt.
That's the power of them, and it's not something you can underestimate, but Dirty finds a flank. Trippin answered back by Syro, player on the shield. Big damage output, but you look at the health bars, especially with Ben having 2 adrenaline surges remaining here in the final 38. The push could come quite effectively. Mouse 1 as well does go pretty hard with the big box mag bot. Looking for that long angle with the 1.5 times scope with Syro above. If Syro misses opportunity here, this becomes very, very dangerous for Dynasty. Dirty low, but the frag grenades to go deep. He's going to arc it up, and what a shot on the Syro. They lose Ben. Sealy's on for a triple. Might even find the quad as Dirty gets himself into the site right now. It's a trade back. It's a 1v1 Cthulhu. The plant is going to be going down. Trying to bait bopped out. No impacts to deny. Dirty 3-0 right now. All he needs is a pixel. Spotted. No, that's a missed opportunity there for Bot. Dirty. Oh, how does he get out of that?
Yo, what? How does he get to run like this? Dirty is just, well, he's doing Bop dirty at this sort of play. because all those possibilities completely fell apart. Now it's Bob that needs to basically overexpose himself, and Dirty played this down to a perfection with the possibilities that were given to him by what literally felt like a completely just a different entity.
I'm sorry, what? Dirty has come in from a different game. Join this team. If you're wondering what game it is, go check out his Twitter handle. It'll make sense all of a sudden. But yeah, Bob's going to be kicking himself after that one. That was absolutely horrendous, and that is going to be a bit of a kick to the mental.
Absolutely, yeah. That would be a chalker if I ever seen one, really. Dynasty, though, yeah. Look, they had a good idea. And I mean, Sealy's play actually came in rather big because they fully understood that the moment the breach will go down without the smokes, Ultra will not make that play. And so, for a decent chunk of time, that Warden pick really came in big. But unfortunately, the rest of it all kind of all flopped. Really, that's the only way to really describe this. So, for Dynasty, I think they might just getting a little bit too complicated for their own good. Whereas on the side of Ultrazelius, they just attempting some rather outrageous things that usually wouldn't be allowed to happen, but they happen regardless.
Yeah, that's I don't know. It is a missed opportunity and one that is gonna definitely kick them a little bit, but you can see they're going back, they look for the reattempt. They obviously have confidence in what they need to do in terms of approaching it a second time around. But I mean, the glaringly obvious is that Sealy is the one leading the charge right now. He's got the most kills for Dynasty. You can't be relying on that to carry them through this map, though.
Well, so far, it's been a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, courtesy of Ultrazelius and Dirty as well. And I mean, that's what I've been talking about before. Ultrazelius is I'm gonna say this, that they're the only team that are able to pull off some rather more of the unusual or unexpected plays and be able to walk away with a dub whilst performing them. So it's definitely an interesting sight, and definitely it's a bit of a test for dynasties as well, because not every team will, you know, play the quote-unquote by-the-book Siege. It's always going to be one or two teams that will definitely try to play out of the box. Ultrazelius is the one. And for Dynasty, they need to make sure that they are nailing their performances and not really letting any sort of bit of their performance slip.
I mean, the most dangerous part of it is, of course, like you said, they're the ones that will go for the odd play. They will go for the out of left field, nothing that you would expect type plays. But they're also the team that does not at all get phased when those plays don't work, because they know it's a risk. They'll quite comfortably go and do it again. Right now, EMP and Exothermic going to be going off onto that main breach wall. Gets themselves the angle in the kitchen. Tripping in a bit of trouble, though, above in office. I look to hold the angle. All needs is a frag, and there it is. Goon and Trippin find two to open the round.
Absolutely disgusting turnout so far for Ultrazelius. Trippin is just ripping through the opposition. The hopes and dreams for Dynasty to be able to retry the side and not be able to let it slip away completely faltered. C4 in, though, that's denying the plan. Perfect place. Smoke grenades as well. Spruce Moons, the resident retiree of Dynasty, looking to make a play. No, Ben, you naded your own teammate. And at that point, it's all down to Flux Zeus.
No. What do you mean? That was the decoy grenade times two. You know, first it was Dirty, and then it was the grenade. It was all just a bait and switch. He got the kill. Goon spots the back of Flux, flushes them out, feeds it to Trippin, who, I mean, given the start of that round for him, was on about 15 health and found 3 kills.
Yeah. Look, it's a bit of an interesting one. I definitely did not expect this kind of turnout to really happen.
What were your exact words? I think it's a little bit attacker-sided.
It's a little bit attacker-sided, just a teeny tiny bit. And as we look into a third point in a row for Ultrazelius, and I mean, this has been a very continuous kind of trend for Chalet specifically in OCL. Any other map, we would be talking defender-sided. We need to get more points on the defense. None of that on Chalet. Attacker-sided all the way. You either send it or you completely drown.
Right now, Dynasty drowning a little bit, it feels. I mean, the insane thing is, so up until that last round, Dirty was 4-0. The only reason he's now 4-1 is because of Ben. So like, maybe that's Ben's role. He's just got to keep Dirty's ego in check.
Yeah, just gotta keep on humbling the man. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Look, that's one way of, I guess, mental management of your team. Not the most efficient one, but certainly one of the ways about it, I suppose. On the side of Dynasty, though, you look at some of these scorelines, it is definitely feels a little bit rather confusing, really, because I mean, you look at their performance back last Playday, it was a 7-3, a very solid one, and really no way other to describe apart from that Dynasty handed out a spanking to Natty Gaming. Obviously, you can comparing Natty Gaming and AZ are just two completely different caliber teams, but still, it was a good showcase overall. Maybe this round is where Dynasty managed to pull it off, because I mean, we even seen this in Southeast Asia, Panda, where teams would go for those kind of 3-round streaks trade-offs, and then only in the second half where they nail kind of their pacing or try to, or rather figure out what is actually the go.
Yeah, Ben tucks himself just outside that office door. In fact, he's just going to go send it in. There's no one there waiting to receive, no one resisting over the master bedroom side of it. And Goonbag goes for the ex-Kairos, will be shot off by the player tucked in the corner, that being Sealy, of course. This was his position last time they attacked, but I mean, they were still able to flush him out of position. He is going to look to get aggressive, drops down the hatch, in fact. So the nade won't be there to flush him out. I mean, again, it's not like Altered Zelios can't take it from here, because they've already proven they can.
Exactly. Well, already quite a fair bit of a heat coming around towards Altered Zelios this time. Fluxzeus is the one to open up the scoreline. First time, I believe, in the past few rounds that we do get to see Dynasty to open up the scoreline in their favor, so it certainly might be a good promise. Sealy already getting rid of Rice as well. That slowly but surely starts that whole downfall arc for Altered Zelios, and at the moment, I mean, you look at their positions, they haven't really established a whole lot of foothold, and that's exactly where it starts to bite back at them.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. First 3 rounds of the game, Goonbag is currently sitting at a +3 right now, which is, you know, it's quite impressive on the entry playing the Hibana. But you've still got a couple of members in play for Altered Zelios, and they've got tools to be able to make this push work, especially given the fragging, or lack thereof, rather, that we've seen out of Dynasty. So Altered Zelios, they should be able to push this.
Indeed. Dynasty, this is their chance to finally get on board. Not at least let this all slip away. And Flux, caught lacking, honestly. Oh, double actually caught lacking. Nearly a triple as well. Bopped down, but finally finished off by Goombag as Cyro finds another trade. It's trade down for us, and finally Dynasty do get on board. But at that slight moment where Banana started going ballistic, it nearly looked like Altered Zelios might have been able to turn it around.
Even Spruce looks a little bit confused by that one. But, like, you take it where you can. That's a round on the board. They aren't going to be absolutely locked out of this half. But they've got 2 rounds to bring it back to equal. And given the way... I mean, even that first kill that we saw for Altered Zelios in that last round... I mean, Flux got slammed. They had his number. Honestly, they signed, sealed, delivered that package, and all Ben needed to do was deliver it.
Very much so now. Ben has been rather excellent in the general kind of motivation department, whether it's by force or by source, yeah. Apart from that, look, I'm definitely looking forward now to, well, finally Dynasty waking up, because that was certainly a solid game. But on the side of Altered Zelios, we haven't really seen a whole lot of change really in their, lineup, tripping back onto the bug. That kind of worked out for him. Dirty, though, has abandoned the Nomad in terms of now moving on to the Hard Breacher, which feels rather odd, but at the same time, it still is, very understandable pick, because going for the downstairs, the snowmobile garage does require you to have a little bit more of a double down kind of idea with the hard breaching, because obviously you can take the boiler hallway, you can always go for the upfront push towards the actual door into the snowmobile garage, so there's plenty of ways to do the hard breaching, and certainly there's going to be plenty of need for that as well.
Okay, well, the hard breach is already done, Cthulhu. In fact, it's wide open into Snowmobile currently. The mirror there in place. Spruce has one in pocket. So I'm wondering if this is less, you know, we scrim this, we practice this as part of our core lineup on the defense. And, well, Mira's available. Let's see what we can make her do, because that's a big piece of utility not to have in play.
Definitely going to be an interesting possibility for that Bob being caught off guard on his rotation. Did particularly have the brightest of the times. Unfortunately, the man who we've been hyping up for quite a while on a number of occasions, unfortunately, at the moment having a bit of a rough time. So, going into the further ends, one would hope that the rest of the dynasty is feeling shot, because Fluxus so far has had a bit of varying results. Confused that, you know, haven't really seen Sealy pop off as much as he does, but suppose when you play it in an occasional kind of 2v5 kind of gameplay, it definitely is quite a challenge. But with the breaches now starting to go on, that will be able to split the site rather nicely.
Toxic caster indeed. Right now, we are seeing these key walls going down. Ben finally taking the equation, with Bot finally getting himself a kill on the board as well. Playing upstairs, Dirty somehow tanking that as Trip and drops Flux, and I don't know how Dirty is still alive. He was right next to that exothermic. He's still in play and he's still good to go. This is getting a bit scary right now for Dynasty, as all these walls that they'd so heavily relied on with the electrification are now gone.
Indeed, yeah. This is so far looking a little bit dicey, with the way how things been really going on, and with the plant already starting to go down. Well, Trippin will be able to do it basically scot-free, but with the plant down, it's all kind of very quickly falling apart. Oh my lord. Yeah, the Altazelius did not really take a whole lot of time trying to clear out any sort of positions and just hope for, well, a miracle. But miracle never came really there for themselves, and pain ensued.
You know who would have been a great operator right there, Cthulhu? Sen, they would have been phenomenal, you know, cut off those lines of sight, deny the defense those long angles. But who am I to judge? I'm just a humble caster paid to talk smack about teams and all the rest of it. But it is what it is. You got to move on. You got to carry on. We go back to Kitchen here in the 6th round, and Dynasty looking good to equalize this.
Well, I mean, you were talking about Sens. Dynasty so far managed to show us a very consistent pick rate of Warden, so it almost felt kind of a coin toss whether even the Warden is going to be in place to completely counter the Sen's swing. So suppose partially the issue is there as well, as long as the Warden is present, or is at least being allowed to be picked, the Sens will be very much kind of as a last resort kind of thing. Apart from that, it's just so far, Altazelius kind of felt a little bit disorganized with the way how the past 2 rounds been going. And to a certain degree, I mean, not much has really changed in their approach. It's more so just that Dynasty finally started focusing up, it feels.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that slow roll start that we've grown accustomed to in the region, of course. Usually takes a couple of rounds before things start to come together. The ANZ special, as it were. But right now, I mean, this Echo is a risky pick, and I'm intrigued to see whether or not Spruce can put it to work, given how impact-less, I suppose, would be the best way to describe the smoke so far, given how quickly and easily he's been fragged out.
Yeah. Definitely quite a change in the general dynamic with the introduction of that Echo as well, but change in the dynamic of the health bars as well, quite rather rapid. Silly did not particularly have a fun time around the blue tunnel, and neither did Bob, so it stands Dynasty having a bit of a deficit in HP, and the fact that they're not running Thunderbird brings out the ye-old question of the damage permanence. They won't be able to re-heal any of that. Syro very almost in a dire way, trying to just swing, trying to find some sort of an extra foothold to allow Dynasty to have that sort of a man advantage, which could then provide a round dub. But for Altazelius, it's a roster that has managed to show us before their ability to just shut things down in a very rapid manner, but no control over the library as well could prove to be an issue.
Tyro at first. Frag goes his way as Ben falls. Luckily, Trippin is there to answer back, looking for anything. Do they know that there is potential for more danger? Obviously, yeah, they've cleared him out. They're looking to push on through. They want to get themselves in this position, start opening the kitchen wall, and they're going to do just that. Rice, unfortunately, look, he's not fragging, but he's still getting the job done.
Indeed, it does. Rice might just be able to finally get on board, but it's Trippin to actually headline a push. Ready in the offers, but has just the right angle to counter anyone deciding to push through the rotation from the master bedroom. The rest of the team still yet to make an advancement, and they need to do it very snappy because 40 seconds remaining, not really gonna allow a whole lot of leeway really here. So Cyro fully well aware of the presence of at least one of the players. Trippin just passively is actually holding back at least one of those players, and that is actually a huge win.
Unfortunately, Rice immediately dropped by Spruce Dirty on that door. Does he swing? No, he can't. Spruce is on for 3. He's absolutely gutted this attack. Sorry, we'll fall to Trippin, but with 15 seconds left at about 40 health, what more can you achieve in the round? Spruce, a magnificent little triple with the MP5 SD, may have just secured the equal half, and I think he has at that. He finds himself a 4th. Trippin, unfortunately, cannot do a damn thing against the Moose.
Yeah, Spruce unleashing his star power and just looking rather unimpressed as well. Like, oh yeah, just a regular day in the office. It's all good.
I thought this was meant to be a challenge. What?
Look, I mean, in terms of just playing against Ultatelli's, let's face it, Panda, the challenge generally does not come from the, or rather usually doesn't come from the mechanical department. It's the mental warfare. And Spruce being, you know, very much of a veteran in that sort of department, doesn't let any of that tomfoolery, you know, slip his mind. So, going into this second half, I reckon actually Dynasty might be on their new high, whereas for Ultatelli's it was, look, rather unfortunate past 3 rounds.
Yeah, look, the score, you can see it on your screen. Bit top heavy Trippin, 7 and 5 right now, and Rice, look, what was it, that running joke that we had, Cthulhu, when Rice is fragging, something is going wrong in the service. So, I mean, look, if nothing else, he has been getting the job done, which you can't really ask for much more.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not that Rice was completely, you know, completely useless to the team. The utility was absolutely still there. You could theoretically make, you know, an attempt to say that maybe he was, with his presence, he was able to, you know, enable the rest of his team to frag out, but can't really make a completely concrete statement about that, given that no assist there either. So it's a bit shaky.
Utility score, that's what it's all about.
Utility score, definitely.
Unfortunately, they don't get track in the comp settings. Right now, Syra on that rappel, looking for the long angle towards that mezzanine position, which is currently where Rice is residing. And a pixel can make all the difference in this position. If he sticks out too far one way or the other, could find himself dead quite quickly.
Yeah, still very much keen on continuing to check out the position by the double window. Could be able to find himself a really nice position. And if he gets rid of Finka off Syro, that would actually do a whole lot of good work. But interestingly enough, Dynasty actually completely uninterested in taking control of the library. Instead, it seems like a complete rotation over to possibly the mezzanine balcony, maybe even pushing the solarium, which could be a good idea, given the fact that Dirty just was felled by Spruce Moose.
That's Cade gone. Not the end of the world, but with the way that Dirty has been fragging, you know, this week and last week, he's been towards the top of the leaderboard for the team. So you would have liked him to hang around if possible. Still a lot to do, though, for the side of Dynasty. They've got a lot to clear out, and it seems that they're only just getting on to starting Solarium, push through Trophy as well, potentially. Look, missed opportunity there on the Trippin, who, risky play, is now tucked into a corner in a world of danger. What is Sealy doing? What are you doing? Trippin, buddy, what's the game plan? How is he alive? He has been and support the nade in. No, can't find anything before he falls, but somehow on the stairs, Sealy's down.
flurry of kills is probably the only way to really describe this Panda, as Ultazelius, in a matter of a finger snap, absolutely fallen apart. Trippin unfortunately couldn't really find a whole lot of closure for himself. Triple for Spruce as well, and all of a sudden it's all down to Gunbak to try to make sense of any of this absolute chaos. But Spruce already has a decent idea about the presence of the smoke. With flashbang out, retinas are out of the equation, and yeah, already. Wait, he missed completely the foot, buddy. You have to go. You have to push. There's a swing. Oh, those air jab as well. The traitorous piece of utility that it is absolutely enables a freebie there for Spruce.
Spruce, unfortunately, showing his age a little bit there. Oh dear, that could have been disastrous. Oh, but look, back-to-back 4Ks for the man. He's his eyesight might not be what it used to, but his aim is definitely on point.
Oh yeah, the muscle memory is still there, and very much so it allows that sort of dynamic play. But Panda, I mean, 4 rounds in a row for Dynasty. Quite a stark change. Initially, a really solid momentum by AZ, with not much really to talk about them, from the fact that they were able to come out with some of the more audacious plays. But the way how Dynasty managed to bounce back, they didn't even need per se a tech pause. You know, in between the few rounds, like, guys, okay, we need to focus up a little bit. And focus up they did, albeit that Solarium push was a little bit chaotic, is probably the one way to really describe this, for the lack of anything more appropriate for the broadcast.
A truly Ultazelios experience it was. Poor Spruce. He's probably going to cop a bit of flack for that in the next couple of weeks. You know, that was a guy. Hold on. They're not going to dry run. They're not going to be doing strats. They're not going to be scrimming. It's Spruce. Is this a player or not?
I mean, at this point, might as well just lean into the fact that, just look, as long as it moves and it doesn't have the outline, just shoot it. Just spray and pray and just hope that all the shots connect. Maybe that was his whole success story back on Bliss, back on the old even Fury days. Who knows? But for now, Syra
we know where their winnings are headed after this this season. Of course, get Spruce some new glasses. Make sure that he can see what's going on. Or do they have enough? I suppose they have plenty of time between the next comp after stage 2. Trippin first to fall. Bot finally getting himself some heat in this map, of course. And that is a big pick. Trippin has had such a massive impact. And oh my lord, Rice, he is a... Okay, I was going to say he's about to get out of that, but no. Syro there. Goonbag falls as well. It is all coming apart at the seams. Spruce, his 11th kill in the server. He was 0-3 at one point. He's now 11-3. Ben, the last one alive in the face of 5 overstimmed players.
Deathless after the 3rd round. Spruce just fully awoken, let's call it that. But for Ultazelius, yeah, look, this is starting to look a little bit dicey. Ben trying to scrape the situation as much as one can do it, and Bob at least will not be allowing the sort of flawless round to happen. But yeah, this is basically a 5th point here for Dynasty, unless an absolute, again, miracle happens, and that's something that Ultazelius were quite proficient at, you know, utilizing the miracles, but not this time.
What is it? The copy pasta that we need to get going? You know, Spruce awoken, AZ choking, all hopes croaking. I don't know, whatever you go. Switch chat is the one that is meant to run away with it, but what we know for sure is AZ definitely choking right now.
Yeah, definitely the choke is very much present, and I'm not even too sure what is exactly the case here, because well, actually no, sorry, that is an absolute lie. I do know, and for that matter is Ben hasn't yet done enough of TKing of Dirty. That's 1. 2 is just they have been just standing out what almost feels in the open. Whether it's the reaction speed, whether it's the mechanical skill that has been completely betraying them in their playstyle, but it's quite a stark difference, because, you know, look at Ultazelius in the first 3 rounds, domination. Ultazelius after that, you know, it's that Doge meme.
Well, right now the meme is, well, we've got a Ying, a Lion, and an Armorer in play.
Sounds like a start of a really bad joke.
Yeah, look, we'll see. It depends on how the round plays out as to who is the butt of said joke here. But, I mean, I'm expecting some heavy aggression. I'm expecting... Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if we see Syro just full send it up a hatch right now.
Of all the people, I would have, you know, thought that maybe Celia would get that sort of role of the Amaru, but regardless of that, Syro has also managed to show us some really good performances previously, so could be going into this one on a high note. Already, I believe the entry has been done, or rather just an opening in the window, but no actual frag. Swing comes in, and oh, yeah, that one's going to be rustling the jimmies of Celia rather nicely.
Yeah, there's some big guns in play on the defense, and then you got the K1A in the hands of Ben. He's running around as that Vigil. You got the older 5.56. I mean, they could quite comfortably shut down a push, but in saying that, that also relies on Dynasty just funneling through and feeding some kills. E1D out, Spruce there, they're cutting off Solarium Stage. I mean, Dynasty are absolutely pulling the side apart piece by piece. Sealy's through Trophy, the cover is there, he dies. It's traded immediately. Syro's already in. They've absolutely stormed in onto this first floor. It's Trippin and Rice to hold on. Rice gets his first kill of the game. Can't find a second, unfortunately. Now down onto Trippin. Syro has that diffuser, and they are covering this position. Cthulhu. So far, a flawless half from Dynasty. 6 rounds in a row.
I'm shocked, Panda. Not gonna lie. This is a very weird matchup. Let's call it that. Because for literally almost what feels like no apparent reason, Dynasty is just cranking things up to just 110%. Whereas on the side of Ultitelios, it almost feels like, well, we ran out of our aim juice. Just go next at this point. Not a whole lot of things to really even analyze, because the lineup that they're bringing, yeah, it's all good. Yeah, theoretically, it could all work out. The setups were initially good, but the moment it seems that Dynasty are deciding, yeah, you know what, let's just jump in. Let's just jump in and go fragging. This is where Ultitelios completely fall apart for zero apparent reason.
I mean, it really came down to that Solarium wall. The trophy wall, technically, onto the Solarium stairs, being able to control that angle. Yes, they lose Sealy as he's pushing through, but Spruce can then hold that angle, and literally all he has to do is sit there and tap mouse one as players funnel down, because they just don't have the head height angle that they need to contest that window. And that was part of the genius of the setup. So Dynasty, they've quite clearly understood what they need to be doing in attacking the site.
Indeed that. Doubling down on a presence upstairs could be a decent idea, but again, single, full send by Dynasty, and that pretty much all could be coming apart at the seams. As well as that, I mean, it doesn't help that you look at the scorelines, quite a stark difference between a number of players on the side of Ultitelios. Rice, look, maybe... I'm not even too sure what to meme on with Rice at this point, because just so many things unfortunately went down for him, and I obviously hate to harp on any of the unfortunate mistakes, because we all have, just rather unfortunate days and just where we just not completely sharp. And maybe it was Rice today, they're just absolutely hitting the
Honestly, my biggest question is, is Dynasty suffering any sort of whiplash, an 0-3 start to a 6-3 scoreline? It's got to be a bit rough.
Suffering from success.
Yeah, suffering from success indeed. But I mean, right now, it's not going to be the full send for Syro this time. Obviously, they've played that card once. They're probably not going to be able to play it again. But you can see, you can feel the hesitation from Ultitelios currently.
Oh yeah. After the sheer amount of spanking that they've received, they just now starting to get a little bit more almost dire to just find anything really for themselves, and it certainly feels like their general kind of swing of things has been just problems galore, with no real kind of ability to fall back to any other solution. So questioning kind of almost the reality here for them is basically what's been happening for the past few rounds, and every time they try to just adjust something slightly, make it a little bit more passive. Dynasty just gladly just take that ground that was given away by passiveness to a whole new level. Finally, Ben is able to actually find a nice snap onto Cyro, but that doesn't still redeem the sheer amount of damage that has been sustained already by Ultitelios.
Ben finds himself the second on to Spruce to bring us to a 3 versus 3. Back on Stellarium with Bops going down as well. Rice, will he be able to finish off the kill, get himself the second? Potentially, no. Ben there for Flux. Looking for more, the impact from below. Spotted, and Ben! No, Sealy!
Ooh.
Look! I mean, you want to deny the kill, but that's not the way to do it.
Look, at least that keeps Ultitelios a little bit more afloat and definitely makes the scoreline a whole lot more appealing for AZ. Not as appealing for Dynasty. They would have preferred to, you know, keep things as straightforward as it can possibly be, but look, a 6-4 is still very much workable. For Ultitelios, 2 more rounds to try to push this to OT, and that, I believe, could be one of the... Pardon me, that could be a second overtime this season, funnily enough, against Dynasty as well, given that we did see, you know, Theme Park unravel in a very similar way back in Playday number 2, Panda. Dynasty versus 1620 Kings, and it was 1620 Kings that did take it out 7-8 in their favor.
14-4 for Spruce though. I was talking about it, you know, they can't rely on Sealy to, you know, one-man army. This seems that Spruce says, yeah, we don't have to. I've got this. You fellas just drone me in, find me the kills. He's had 2 4Ks, in fact, back-to-back 4K rounds. Here though, I mean, this is sort of that last stand position for AZ. They've got 2 rounds needed for them to take it to overtime. And let's be honest, 4 of 5 players currently is showing up. That's a hard task.
Absolutely. Oh. In comes the kind of idea that Dynasty, there could be a little bit of a, well, not the curse, but another problem with being able to close out the match point rounds. We've seen that a number of times, even from teams like Even Direwolves back in the Operation League as well. When they do get to that 6th point, even though it's something like a 6-3 scoreline, it gets completely forfeited by the end of it all, with them losing it all out. So for Dynasty, they already shown once that there was, you know, it was a bit of a problem, albeit against a different playstyle of a team that is 1620 Kings, and on a map that is much less played than Chalet. Going into this one against Ultitelios, that would be quite a bit of an upset, though.
Ben on his lurk downstairs might just find one towards blue. Was bopped on a drone as he works his way through Wine Cellar, and I don't believe that they actually have any idea that he's here. Sealy goes down, massive shots from Goondag in stock as well. And there you go, Ben finds the back of Spruce's head, and that should be diffuser control taken. Ben, unfortunately, will be felled by Bop, though. The rotate coming through from Blue Hole. But that is more than an ample start to this round.
At least Bop is able to find a refrag, but with Dirty being able to find yet another frag, that's only 2 players remaining on the side of Dynasty. Both Syra and Bop have quite a tall order ahead of them. And with Ultitelios, once again, starting the whole, you know, 3-round streak trade, this could get rather problematic. Frag grenade out. Won't be connecting with anyone per se. With a minute remaining, there's still quite a fair bit of defense to be held on by Ultitelios, despite the numbers advantage.
Start poor, midway through. Pretty spectacular closing out poor as well. Luckily, this isn't, you know, a graded system. It's win or loss. They can have that confidence at the very least. Dirty takes a bit of damage. Goon as well, copping some. Nitro Cell prepped on his hatch. It's tossed up. And Tyro is just going to cop the full force of the explosive Nitro Cell. Bot rotating towards that bar door has been spotted. Takes some big damage, Cthulhu. And surely we are going on to the final round of regulation. There is every possibility that we see OT here on Chalet. Bot is almost going to have to force it in. There's no real reason to be wasting time here. He's got to find 3 kills in 13 seconds to do it. He finds it first. It's on for an ace 2 if he clutches it up, but no.
Whoa.
Dirty takes the final kill around Cthulhu. We are going full 12.
Going full 12 indeed. Yeah, look, Panda, I'm a little bit concerned here for for Dynasty. Given that at the moment, Zelios are doing pretty well. What happened to Rice? I'm not too sure though.
His phone's fallen over, I think.
I think he's fallen. Yeah, phone gone. So was Rice, it seems. At least for the brief moment of that. But yeah, look, Dynasty kind of fumbling the bag here, in a very huge way, because they had such a good momentum. They managed to perform so many really good, just general pushes, and to see them absolutely lose that sort of momentum definitely begs for a few questions as to what is actually going on the side of AZ. Same question here, because if we do get Banana to talk to during the interviews, I'm definitely going to be inquiring about just what was generally happening, because, you know, losing out after your own 3-round streak, losing out on 6 rounds, and then be able to come back feels rather an interesting, you know, storyline, and definitely would be quite a way to do it.
Yeah, I believe it's actually Dirty is the man in charge of the interviews for Alta Zelios at the moment. How many times have we seen that? Sealy was the man for Dynasty, newly added to the team, given the role of interviewee. So we'll see. Potentially, we get a chat to him. It's obviously off the back of this round, of course. They tripping, buddy. Yeah. Tripping, buddy. It's about efficiency and maximizing your time available. And he's just sitting there messing around with where my pancakes.
Hey, look, I mean, gotta find your own entertainment somehow. So, have to wait and see if it's actually kind of the case here, whether the my pancakes will be able to play for some distraction, maybe even. Sealy so far just uses them as the target practice more so than anything else. But Dynasty, introduction of Twitch though, I'm definitely liking the idea here for Bob. Definitely will allow a little bit more of a quicker riddance of some of the utility pieces. And on the side of Alta Zelios, same stuff, different day it seems.
Yeah. This round though is definitely going to be make or break. An air jab. That air jab might just save someone from the Claymore if they play it right, wildly enough. But Rice on that piano, he's got a big job ahead of him. Clears out the Gemini, but he's still going to have to find at least one frag holding that position. Otherwise, the rest of the team, their job just compounds and gets that much harder.
Yeah, well, the breach is already starting to go down. Spruce Moose opens up the window of opportunity for his team, but so is Sealy. Phenomenal actual find onto Ben, as well, as he was the big thorn in the side of Dynasty before. Those flat plays were very, very scrumptious. And now with the fact that now it's going to be a very much of a one-dimensional push into a one-dimensional defense, this is basically just going to be wall against the wall.
Goon with the Toxic Canist is quite comfortable. He can play this. Dirty though, falling to Spruce, and then off angle Goon down as well. Trippin and Rice in the 2 versus 5 to keep their hopes alive in the matchup. Rice finds himself a second kill in this map, and quite a big one at that, holding things down, but no, he spotted Trippin. Now has everything to do to bring this one back towards victory, tucked in by that music wall. They've got the angles, they've got the sight locked down. Cthulhu and Dynasty are looking like they might just be able to deny overtime here. Bleak final round of the map for AZ as it looks.
Definitely not the one that I guess we kind of expected, especially after the previous 2 rounds that they were able to achieve, but definitely Dynasty managing to find that right person to eliminate to basically allow themselves to find their own success, and certainly it will be found. Dynasty do manage to wrap it all up 7-5, but boy, that got a little bit too close for them.
Yeah, that is a truly white knuckle experience. Alta Zelios absolutely crushed, almost, but not quite near enough to chance at overtime. There were some big plays from AZ in that matchup, and unfortunately, I think, yeah, look, the faces say it all. Denied the possibility of O-Team. Dynasty, though, will take this full 3 points. They're going to be quite happy with that one. Coming to the end of the matchup, though, Proto. You've been sitting in the wings. What are your thoughts? How did Chalet play out in your mind?
That was a really good matchup. I'll be completely honest. That played out awesomely. It was a great watch. I mean, for Dynasty to win 6 in a row, to bring it back like that after that sort of first 3-round demise, it almost seemed to be. It was insane. It was insane. And to walk away with the victory as well. I mean, they're going to be very happy with how that panned out.
Okay, so it wasn't as flawless as it seemed, I suppose. They looked weak at the start. They looked shaky at the end. It was, like Proto said, that middle 6 rounds in a row where they shone in the matchup. And, I mean, they were up 6-3. It ended 7-5. There was every possibility when we went to overtime.
Yeah, I think it does go down to the fact that it just took a very long while for AZ to try to find their own strides. I mean, the round 5... round 5, sorry, the one that took us into a 6-4 scoreline. This was where Ben started actively going for those flank plays, and it took AZ, at least theoretically, 6 rounds to figure that out, but it only took 2 rounds for Dynasty to adjust for that. So I guess talk about the adjustment is probably the one to really look into, but look, at least for Dynasty, they don't fumble the bag at the end of it all, and clean 3-pointer.
And the man, of course, at the front of the team, Sealy, joining us for a bit of a chat here in the interview booth. Hot off the back of denying overtime. Now, look, Sealy, you had us in the beginning. You had us concerned at the end as well. What happened today?
Oh, I was playing terrible. I mean, honestly, you can blame half the rounds on me. I was just not shooting back. I was just letting myself die for free. But, you know, we rebounded.
Yeah, speaking of that rebound, because that was a bit of a shaky, turnout. Those 3 rounds in a row. Then you guys managed to pull off a 6-point streak straight after that. What did attribute to that? Because obviously we didn't really see the tack pause, so can't really date back to that one.
I mean, we just weren't really playing. We just weren't playing together at the start. We were kind of we were being scared. We weren't playing very confident. We weren't too tilted after the 3 rounds. We knew what we were doing wrong. We thought about taking a attack timeout, but we knew what was going wrong. So we just we reset our mental, and then obviously we came back with the 3 rounds to make it 3-3. Chalet is pretty hard to defend a lot of the time, but yeah, we knew what we were doing wrong. We fixed it, and we bounced back.
Were you guys confident taking that one in normal time, or were you sort of worried about possibly going to overtime there? Because you were pretty close. I mean, 6-5 to ultimately almost go. I mean, were you expecting to go, or were you sort of confident in closing it out there at the end?
No, we were pretty confident to close it out at normal time. I mean, realistically, a lot of the rounds we won, especially on attack, were very one-sided. Like when we were playing our game, it was very confident rounds. It's just obviously they were able to catch us off guard a couple times, which brought it to that 7-5 scoreline. As I said, I played terribly. We had the old man Spruce top fragging, which is honestly horrendous for us, like letting him get that many kills. But, a win's a win.
Yeah, look, speaking of old man Spruce, there was a particular round you guys were attacking office master bedroom, and Goonbag was just tucked in that master bedroom door. How many of you guys saw it? And because we did, we certainly saw him there. Spruce didn't.
I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
That's
good.
probably
So it wasn't.
the problem.
It wasn't
we didn't
just
even know he was
Spruce.
there.
So
Whole bit of
okay,
fumble
so I
from the
feel
boys.
justified in blaming him. But Sealy, look, another great match from you guys. Look, you got there in the end, and that's the main thing. So far, your run in the OCL has been quite comfortable. But before we let you head off, anyone you'd like to shout out?
Shout out my boy User TM as always, my gym mate. Thank you for anyone who watched and supported us. I played terribly this week, but hopefully next week I bounce back and get a couple more kills.
Well, look, we'll let you head off. We'll let you celebrate with the team, of course. Gentlemen, look, it was a bit of a nail-biter to close it out. We didn't know if we were going to get overtime or not, but they got there in the end. And Cthulhu, that's the main thing. Regulation.
Yeah, absolutely. Regulation win is all that they really needed, which actually does propel them rather nicely right above 1620 Kings into the 3rd position. So for Dynasty, this is a promising run so far. And I mean, managing to keep on coping majority wins, apart from the unfortunate hiccup back in Playday number 2, does certainly open the area for discussion for maybe they could be the next one to finally to finally start introducing some of those upsets going against Antic and maybe later down the line against Spheres as well.
Yeah, well, look, it does definitely present us with a few questions, of course, in the coming weeks. But the biggest question is the one that we'll address after the break, of course. Is Chef Jeff finally done typing? We'll find out soon.
Take over, take right the way. Take one more step closer. Go with the flow and follow your heart. Leave your problems at the door. They won't bother you no more. Tonight is the night. There's no better time to start. Take my hand and jump in. I wanna let loose, get up to something.
Give me a baseline bumping. Stuck in my head, no running away.
No running,
No running away.
no running.
Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune. I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way.
High on life. Cut the brakes. Let the night take over. Take a dive. Ride the wave. Take one more step closer. High on life. Cut the brakes. Let the night take over. Take a dive. Ride the wave. Take one more step closer.
Unfortunately, he's not done typing, but he's getting ready for his game, of course. Chef Jeff going to be in the server for this one. It is going to be a rather interesting matchup. Nutty Gaming taking on the 1620 Kings. And, I mean, gentlemen, Proto, we'll throw it to you. Nutty Gaming, they've looked like they've got some promise. 1620 Kings have just scraped by a couple of times so far this stage. Could this be where Nutty Gaming strikes their first blow against a team that was already established in OCL?
As much as I would love to say Nutty going to do some damage here tonight, I don't like the chances. 16-20, super strong so far in this stage and have looked really, really good. Yes, they've had some close blows, but if we look at comparative to who they've been playing for their first few games as opposed to who Nutty have been playing, I definitely think 16-20 have had, I would say, a bit more of a harsh run up until this point, but even then, it is a possibility. It's always a possibility, Panda. However, 16-20, given their status at the moment, given their prowess, given what team they are and how far they've come, I think they're going to be looking good for this game tonight.
And obviously, Cthulhu, I mean, we know these guys. We've watched 1620 Kings develop and grow. Do they have a reason to feel confident, do you reckon, coming into this matchup?
Look, there's certainly growth to be acquired, but I gotta say, for Nutty Gaming at least, they still have quite miles and miles to go. For 16-20 though, they're on the rise. They're definitely on the right way.
Well, like you said, on the rise, on the come up, it is Nutty Gaming, of course, and we had the chance to sit down with Mello from Nutty Gaming and see, you know, how they feel coming into this stage of OCL and how things are going for them.
Nutty Gaming and my team Life, Kilo, Kongino, and Keanu have recently just made CR. I started playing the game about 4 years ago on the Xbox, and sort of two years ago is when I first gamed the computer. I was averaging 40 FPS, so I only started actually performing well in the recent year when I got my new computer. I just like the way that you have to think and process different ways to start doing things, otherwise you weren't going to actually progress in whatever you're doing. Yes, I do think having teamwork is very influential throughout the game in progressing into the rounds. Obviously, bad coordination, you're not going to get as far into the round and progress as much as you want to. The best thing you can do is have the best coordination, just work together, take on what you can. Life, he's always up there, he's aggressive, he wants to just get it over and done with. You know, we have Orion, he's very passive, he's calm, just wants to take things slower than usual. Kilo, couldn't say the same for him. He's just another life, he just wants to get in there, get it over and done with. Kongi, I can only see a lot coming from him. You know, one of our newest pickups, I've actually only been playing with him for a couple of weeks now. And I must say, so far, he's just a great player. I like to put myself as another aggression, sort of the slow aggressor though. Take my time, sort of figure out what would be the actual best play to do. Obviously, when I talk about Dad about it, you know, he's very skeptical. But after a while, you know, he's pretty convinced that it's pretty good. I've shown him a lot of esports these days, and I'm pretty sure he watches it as well now. Personally, I've heard that a lot of people don't believe the esports scene is a big scene right now. I would say otherwise, and where I've grown up, it's been a very big thing. You could actually go to the local bar and they would have a TV there, and it would literally have esports running. Personally, for myself, the esports scene is something I've always been into, primarily because it is a side hobby. You know, it was something I could do on the side. It would keep me busy. Obviously, there's not much else I can do. Maybe watch movies or something, but it is very busy, and once you're in the esports scene, you literally got to be pretty determined to stay within it. I do like to work. At the moment, I'm a spray painter, and it is just something I'd like to do on the side. Studies, I'm about 1 year into the studies now. So far, really good. Just need to keep on top of my homework, you know, slow down the scrims, a bit more or less of the game, but other than that, I'm way ahead of where I should be, so I think that's a great direction to be, and that helps me fit into my schedule. I'm hoping I can get into pathology research, so disease control and stuff. That's something I've always been interested in. Whether or not I do, it just comes out to how I think and how I want to pursue my careers within that time. Because there is a slight chance that spray painting is something I do for the rest of my life. It is a great trade, but I'm sure the biology and science world is also a great study and career path to take. So we'll just see. I'll just have to figure out when that time comes. Let's just hope I do well with the rest of them. You know, I'm sure Ryan, Life, Keanu, Kongi, Kilo, they're all there to put in their best. I'm there to put in my best. To see how far we go, that just comes out to how we play.
Look, a roster with the makings of, well, look, greatness. There's every possibility that we see these guys stick around into the future of Rainbow Six Siege and ANZ. But gentlemen, into the map veto, and we head to Oregon. The final three choices. And look, Cthulhu, if I'm being perfectly honest, all three of those final choices looked quite comfortable for 1620.
Oh yeah, look, 1620 Kings definitely managed to prove us that they are an able roster, whether it's those very almost classical maps like Clubhouse, like Oregon, and they're able to bring in the heat on maps like Theme Park, like even Villa and Chalet. So in their terms, this is a perfect kind of lineup of the maps, and knowing that they have been, you know, working on expanding map pool, that has been kind of the big talking point from Chef Jeff back in the Stage 1 days as well of this year. I'm definitely keen to see what would be the play here, but for Nutty Gaming, they definitely will have to put in a little bit of an extra effort if they want to obviously take it fully to 1620 Kings here.
And of course, we've seen that issue from Altered Edge, of course, Proto. They play for their opponents. Nutty Gaming face a similar conundrum in that they know what they're doing, they're comfortable, they're structured, but they're not quite structured to the OCL, whereas 1620 Kings, they've shown they can basically take any map. Is this a problem that Nutty Gaming have to have done their homework to deal with?
Look, given that 1620 have been doing really well so far, and Nutty may have had a somewhat decent introduction to the OCL, they definitely do not, as you've said, have the grasp at quite the level that 1620 do. I mean, you put 1620 on pretty much any sort of meta competitive map, and you're going to be in for a good game. We did see NTE play this one, and I believe they actually caught the victory. So, I mean, could be somewhat good for them coming into the matchup, but in saying that, we've seen 1620 play it multiple times before this and walk away with multiple victories. So, look, they're going to have to have done some pretty big homework coming to this matchup, because 1620 are definitely going to be prepared for this one.
And of course, Cthulhu, we know 1620 Kings, they're, yes, a structured team, but they're also one that can do some weird, pull out some weird and wonderful stuff. Final thoughts before we enter the match, gentlemen. I'm excited to see what they bring. Enjoy the match. We'll see you back soon.
Indeed, we will be. Look, Proto, this definitely felt like a interesting kind of arc for Nutty Gaming, because they went from Clubhouse, then tried their hand at Villa. As a matter of fact, actually, I believe this was 2 times Villa, and now back to the classical. Feels rather odd that we're now kind of going back to the classical map, and hopefully we will be seeing some scorelines from Nutty Gaming.
You'd hope. You hope, Chef Jeff. Ah, you love it. Thatcher to go first for NTE. No real surprise, given that they are starting on the defense. So they're going to be having a little bit of a foot up at the moment here coming into the start of this match. Finker to go from 1620 as well. I don't really blame them. Defense ban, do we think we maybe see the Azami here tonight, Cthulhu, on Oregon?
I'm thinking Azami will be a little bit maybe too thorough of a ban here, so I'm definitely feeling it's going to be a bit more kind of down to basics. Yeah, Valkyrie, maybe a mirror ban, or actually maybe Valkyrie and Cade ban would be a little bit more of a logical kind of choice, and it seems like Nutty Gaming already know well and truly what they want to get rid of, and that is going to be the Spaniard. So, yeah, look, good to see that Azami and Sens will be able to have at least the opportunity of their presence on Oregon. Although, yeah, look, I'm more so curious. Yeah, how will 1620 Kings be able to handle Nutty Gaming? Because given that quite a number of those players have had their background come out from kind of the same leagues where Nutty Gaming kind of just recently before qualifying in OCL were, this should be a pretty entertaining match, at least frags wise.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's going to be a pretty big fragging game. For a couple of these players here, eyes are on Kongi, obviously from NTE. As Mallow said in his interview, he has sort of proven to be one of the star players, I guess we'll call, for NTE at the moment. But for 1620, I mean, last week we saw Machine drop very close to, I believe, 20 kills, 19, I think it was, at the end of the match for him. So if he keeps that up in this week's Playday, we could definitely be on for another run at the OCL kill record. But at the moment, round number 1. NTE starting on the defense side on the top floor, dorms and bunks. 1620, nothing special on the attacking lineup at the moment. The band's very vanilla, but the pick's also somewhat vanilla, I guess, to here, Cthulhu, for round number 1.
Yeah, the picks are very much kind of down to basics. I mean, there's no per se need to, try to reinvent the wheel here, especially on Oregon, a map that doesn't really require for anything, different into all of this. So, look, as long as we get to see some flashy kills, then I'm sure with the lineup that K16 are bringing over, they can certainly do it. Opportunities are plentiful.
Well, plentiful indeed. Tester at the start of the round is going to take a considerable amount of damage, Cthulhu, but it's not a kill for NTE, which maybe they would have hoped for in the starting moments of this first round here. But at the moment, it is just going to be, well, I guess as we will say, back to basics, droning everything out, gaining the information required, taking positional advantages, and starting to make their way towards the building. They've got 2 roamers towards the Shao side, one of which caught out on the way back. KJ finds the first, and very quickly, 1620 find themselves with a good lead as Machine finds one as well. Lonely does fall in the fray, but well, other than that, 1620 found a pretty decent start.
Yeah, well, already quite a fair bit of a presence as well, completely eliminated. That's all the roamers now completely shut down, courtesy of K16. And with Nutty Gaming now leaving only Kongi and Mallow, this is definitely not particularly the best kind of turnout. Also, very much worth to note, Chef Jeff is back on the buck, and last time we did get to see him perform on the Canadian Operator, he was absolutely a menace when it came down to the fragging department. So, for all those in chat, look, yet another thing to spam against about what Chef Jeff is doing, and at the moment it's Chef Jeff is fragging.
He do be fragging indeed. He do be. back on the buck. I'm hoping we get to see some big things from him. Mallow, Kongi the last alive, though, and as Machine goes down, it's not a confirmation. So there we go. Chef on the buck finds his second in the first round here. 16-20, looking good to close things out. Kongi the last alive in a 1 versus 4. Yet to revive Machine. There we go. He will be picked back up. Cthulhu, things are not looking good for the Lonely Mutant. Indeed, closed out by Kongi. Sorry, closed out by Tester. Kongi falls. 16-20. A very, very nicely done first round.
Yeah, clinical performance so far for 16-20 Kings on that first round, managing to find their picks rather cleanly with minimal losses. I mean, losing out your Nomad for after already clearing out 2 big Romas, that was the Thorn and I believe it was the Oryx to kick things off. It certainly instilled quite a fair bit of a problem for Natty Gaming to try to, I suppose, kind of recollect themselves, get back into the swing of things. So definitely a few good practices that so far have been shown, and that is that 16-20 Kings are very patient on their play. They fully acknowledging that if they try to push for that sort of frag-only kind of playstyle, this is where problems start. Life, come on, buddy, you're Oryx. You could walk through the wall. Come on. You can do this. Well, look, at least at the end of it all, he finally did it. Shame that nowadays Oryx doesn't have the impact nades that I believe he used to have back on the release.
He originally came with, yeah.
Yeah. So, unfortunately here, look, been a little bit of a slower kind of setup for Nutty Gaming. But going back to the same site, shows either the fact that they are dedicated to, you know, ironing out this very site, or maybe the fact that it's just they fully acknowledge that, hey, look, we may be a little bit overextended on our plays. Maybe need to nail a little bit more of their sort of setup times. So, suppose this round will be a big showcase as to how confident they are for the actual quote-unquote serious hold.
Indeed, I mean, 16-20 finding 3 in the early moments of that round, while only conceding 1 kill is definitely somewhat of a telltale factor, I think, Cthulhu, for how that one was going to pan out, but subsequently not losing any more players after that as well is also a little bit of a highlight, I suppose, for them. But their roam clears at the moment have been absolutely impeccable. Look, Lonely and Chef already taking a huge amount of control over the small tower. The drone information for 16-20 is impeccable right now. Machine trying his best to maybe find the player inside of Trophy, but right now 16-20 doing a very similar style of take to what they did in the previous round. They're taking things slow, they're getting their information. I mean, we've got players situated on both the south and west side of the map right now, and NTE, they're not going to play into it as aggressively as they did last time. They're just going to wait it out and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need really to go out all aggressive-like, because, well, for Nutty Gaming, they're waiting essentially for the first contact. As long as they're able to find that first blood, this is where they could really start, you know, emphasizing that aggression on top of that, because they could play for the overmatch. On the side of 16-20 Kings, they have still half a round to go. They managed to just rather well and cleanly clear out the master bedroom, which could be used as a really nice foothold. No control over attic, which could be slightly problematic, and the fact that there is a flanker coming around from the ground floor could be a sign of issues, but again, K16 have dealt with that previously. How well can this be organized? There's like a whole completely different can of worms.
Unfortunately, Mallow on that Nitro. Chef on the main window through the single slat opened up, finds that kill, and opens up the round of possibilities here for 16-20. Lonely to find another onto Kilo downstairs. The flanker aforementioned dealt with swiftly by the Kings. They know exactly what they want to be doing here in this execute. They don't need attic control Cthulhu as Chef makes his way onto the window, bolts on in, skeleton key in hand. Orion goes down, 2 left for NTE as the site now begins to fall. Walking in, another with the skeleton key for Chef, a triple, make it 4! A flawless for 16-20, and the skeleton key paying dividends to Chef Jeff. 4 kills in round number 2. And 16-20 lock another one in.
Chef Jeff.
Casual sip.
The man, the myth, the legend. We were talking and hyping him up so many times that, you know, the Bishop of Boomstick, he finally comes through. Albeit on an operator that is relatively unconventional for the shotgun play, but he manages to make it work rather well, and, oh, my lord. That was a spanking. If the first round wasn't already.
The fact that he went from the main double window over to the attic window in the last, what, 30 seconds, bucks the window down, jumps in, finds 3 kills. I mean, NTE, positionally, you cannot be letting that happen. The fact that he was allowed to get in there while the attic play was still present and find 3 kills in that fashion, I mean, 2 with the skeleton key, is bad manners enough as it is. Final with the C8. I mean, Chef, not only is he typing, not only is he speaking, he is indeed out some L's right now. And NTE were there to collect 2 rounds on the board for 16-20. Flawless, mind you, Cthulhu as well for their second. So going into the third, spirits high as Chef returns to the buck 6-0 right now for his team.
Clean on his performance as one can be. Certainly K16 are doing some diligent work. Chef Jeff fully acknowledging that, you know, probably best to fall back out of that jiggle peak position. Certainly did not want any of that sort of sauce. But for what it's worth, 16-20 Kings definitely been nailing their performance pretty well. And I mean, you know, it's a good day when Chef Jeff is going 6-0 whilst the rest of the team only were able to find a frag each throughout the first 2 rounds.
It's a great day. It's a great day indeed. And Chef's definitely going to be having some fun. Could say he's back to his old self, but we don't know. He might only find these 6 and no more kills for the rest of this matchup. We hope that that's not the case. But as we say that, he starts to make his way in to the top floor and attempt to clear these roams out, which he will do quite diligently. Kulo is forced back from his position. Lonely, unfortunately, not quite there to catch the rotate away. And 16-20, that means no early kill just yet. But NT have been forced off their initial positions back to their secondaries. And Lonely might actually find this rotate here. Yes, he will. The down and confirmation. 16-20 clinical on these roam clears. NTE just caught lacking at every turn.
Man, oh man. This is a bit dicey right now for Nutty Gaming. Losing out on Kulo, the man who was supposedly the big, you know, Oryx roamer, the one that would have been able to pull off rather more ambitious flanks. Unfortunately, unable to do so, but at least in terms of the anchor setup, Nutty Gaming have plenty. They have the smoke, they have the warden, they have even the Cade as well, so C4 galore plus the smoke denial is going to be a rather comfortable time. I say that though, Orion decides for some ungodly known reason keep on peeking the very opening that was initially aimed to get rid of him, and Chef Jeff full on sending it actually with a skeleton key.
Oh,
Could
no
he find
way.
one? That's one. Does he have another shot? No, he doesn't. Okay, life shuts him down, but what a play. My god.
What a shame. Chef could have gone huge there, but it's KJ and Test that locked the round out. Mallow and Orion both fall. 16-20, another one on the board. Not quite flawless this time, but still, you could argue flawless in the execution side of the manner. I mean, the fact that Chef is allowed to just run through the smoke, into E-box, through the wall, find one with the skeleton key, and quite easily could have found the second. I mean, look, NTE, you got to be looking at what's going on here and start asking yourself some serious question. Why is the wall next to the blue connector door not reinforced? Why have you got players not waiting, not expecting something like this, given that this is what 16-20 have been doing round after round in this matchup so far, and they're just going, no, he won't do it again. But here we are, Chef 7-1, he's doing it again. He's proceeding to do it multiple times, and NTE just none the wiser apparently, still without a round on the board. And they don't really seem to have much of a clue either what's going on. I mean, Life is the only person with kills right now. 2. Everyone else is yet to find a single impactful kill.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest here, Proto. A little bit of a question mark. Obviously, though, it is a logical process of thinking for Natty Gaming that surely that Chef Jeff doesn't just flat out bum rushes us. And whilst, well, the response was lol no, and deny any sort of, you know, sense in the play of 16-20 Kings, or namely Chef Jeff himself. I suppose when you playing against 16-20 Kings in the position that is Nutty Gaming, you have to expect some sort of less of a well, I can't really say serious approach, but it's less about the actual strategy, about the actual structure, but it's more so about who feels more comfortable on which operator to frag out.
Reject modernity, some would say.
That's the
Turn
one.
monkey. And 1620 are definitely doing that right now. But either way, 1620, memes aside, have had an absolutely phenomenal start to Oregon. 3 rounds on the attacking side, when usually we see this tend to go in favor of the defense. I mean, statistically speaking, at least. So NTE, the best they can hope for is a 3-3 half. But I mean, given that 1620 are doing so well right now, I don't even think that that is going to be possible unless they can seriously change something.
100%. Already quite a fair bit of a destruction being done. And not a whole lot of actual result. No rounds yet being gained for Nutty Gaming. Certainly doesn't ring a whole lot of promise, a whole lot of hope here for them. But in a similar way how we've seen, oh my, Noir Siege at the moment, Nutty Gaming swinging. Orion finding the better of Lonely, finding the better of Chef as well. Shuts it all down. That's one hell of a way to kick things off.
Okay, Orion. Some damage dealt. But ultimately, I mean...
Grenade out.
Yeah, there you go. Great bait for Machine. I don't know. I don't think he knows that he's down them, but either way, that's a good bait kill to find an NTE. Very good position.
Absolutely. Well, KJ awaiting for the flank push to come around. Does not know that there is a wildcade at the top of the stairs. Swing comes around. No. This will be basically free of charge. Live play. No, wait, hold on. Pause champ. Waiting for the actual big play. Maybe he just tapped back in.
Was he tapped out?
But that would be a largest meme if he was actually tapped back in. Okay,
it doesn't matter. Okay, smoked. Tester's there on the gun. I think he was genuinely tabbed out or something happened there, but 20 seconds left regardless. 16-20, 3 versus 3. Life could have made a huge difference there, but we won't talk about it. It's going to come to the E-box drop. 2 players drop on down. One coming down the pillars. Kong to collect for the first. Make it both as Kilo finds the last. NTE finally find themselves around on the board. 3 very quick kills. 16-20, unfortunately not able to convert that one in their favor, but what was Life doing? Can we get a live check real quick? Was he alt-tabbed? Did his computer crash? What was going on at the top of the main stairs? The best bit is he didn't even win the fight. Tester walked by, didn't see him. KJ had no clue he was there either. I mean, that could have gone horribly wrong. I mean, they still didn't win the round, but that could have been a lot worse, a lot quicker than it was.
Oh yeah, that could have gone absolutely horribly wrong. And
he's there.
Yeah, he's there, so at least present in the play. But yeah, look, I'll have to agree with you, Proto. I'm not particularly too sure what has happened to Life, given that that was a peculiar is probably the only way to really describe the situation. But maybe he'll stop tapping out from the game is probably the only kind of conclusion out of that will really come around. But at least Nutty Gaming is able to bring it all back. At least it's not a flawless, runaway by 1620 Kings. As for K16, how serious are they intending to get with this matchup is probably my question here.
It's a great question to pose. I mean, obviously, we talked about it very shortly at the start. NTE, experience-wise, are definitely not as prepared as 1620 coming into this. And it isn't because, NTE cannot be that team, because there is a very, very high possibility that they can be a very good team. I mean, they have players like Kongi, like Kulo, like Mallow, Life even. They just need the experience. And that is where 1620 have them at the difference. They have that experience. They've been playing together for multiple stages, that tier 2 level experience, and it is showing huge right now for them in terms of how it's paying off. I mean, 3-1, pretty good scoreline to find yourself just before you go into the half. I mean, only 2 rounds left in play. So unless NTE go huge and find 2 more, I mean, 1620, if they're allowed to, could run away with a 5-1 here.
Oh yeah, 16-20 Kings could very much run away with quite a big scoreline for themselves here. And something that, you know, I've been talking about when it came down to just general talk between AE and Nutty Gaming is that trade is... I mean, that's one hell of a way to do it, but...
Is that a hip fire?
I believe it was. Or rather, that sort of awkward moment of, like, transferring between Hipfire and ADS, but regardless of that, it worked out rather well, at least for a trade. So with the smoke out, it's going to be a little bit problematic. But for Nutty Gaming, regardless of the results, I think at least this is going to be serving as a really good just VOD material to study, to better themselves in their general approach, how they're looking to play against a number of different teams. Because with, say, teams between teams, rather, like 16-20 Kings and, for example, even Zelios, completely different playstyles, really. And I mean, you also compare that to Dynasty, the level in how much of a coordination, how much of the actual fragging power is being brought on, it all differs. And so, for Nutty Gaming, this here is a good enough kind of idea of where to gauge their opponents. Orion, though, nailing a very snappy shot onto Testa, that complicates things for 16-20 Kings.
Yeah, Life, unfortunately not achieving too much, but there you go, will find the kill. Orion finds a second. Lonely will at least take down Kulo. Some damage dealt to Mallow on the runaway to Z, but Lonely in a 1 versus has to go huge here for 16-20. He's got a 1 on site to deal with, and he's not even going to get that. Life for his second. NTE find their second round as well, and 16-20, unfortunately, not able to bag that one up and take it away. It is going to be a 3-2 here, the final round of this half. NTE looking for that 3-3, but 16-20, I mean, will they give it to them? They've given away the last 2, but did they just put on the big boy pants and lock it out here for 4-2, Cthulhu?
One would think that they would be able to do it, but in terms of, you know, putting on the big boy pants, theoretically could argue that last round was starting to get a little bit more, you know, serious about it, because the way how they handled the situation was still looking a whole lot more promising than the first 2 rounds, where it would be just basically Chef just flat out whole sending onto the side. The last round was definitely about them trying to nail their timings, about nailing their plays. It just maybe they didn't give enough of a credit, I guess, is one of the ways to describe to Nutty Gaming, and you know, some of the wider swings didn't particularly go the way how they wanted. So for 16-20 Kings, I think, yeah, it is time to fully, you know, acknowledge that, hey, whilst yes, Nutty Gaming definitely don't have as much experience as 16-20 Kings do, but in the fragging department they are sharp, and that is a big, you know, storyline about just in general any of the big newcomers. Usually those the newly introduced teams into OCL, they usually first run away with is the fragging capabilities. The mechanical skill should not be discredited in any shape or form.
Yeah, it's definitely seeming like it is the case. I mean, NTE, a great bunch of guys. You know, I've sort of watched them develop respectively, and it is really good to see them at this level. And unfortunately for Orion, that's going to be over for the rest of this round. This machine puts him down inside of Trophy. It's all development, Cthulhu. It's all learning. You know, you make the mistake, you learn the lesson, but Machine is a harsh teacher, I think, at times, especially with an ARX in hand. So, I mean, regardless, good start for 16-20. Unfortunately for NTE, not the greatest.
Indeed it is, yeah, given that it will be either Orion or Life that will be, you know, putting in quite the play, quite the performance for their team. With one of them out of the equation, things will definitely look a little bit more dicey. But, I mean, we say that there's still plenty of crossfires that Nutty Gaming could really play around. Life has the possibility of just literally waiting for anyone to try to push out of the garage, and he would have, the, generally speaking, the high ground over them. Not in the physical way, but definitely would have the advantage of being especially swung into. So, not too sure what's the general kind of idea here for 16-20 Kings this day so far, just taking their time into just figuring out what's the general kind of idea, what do they want to do, how do they want to execute it. But with a minute remaining, it's all still relatively should be pretty chill.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, Cthulhu. You got Chef downstairs to sort of watch for any of the drops. inside of the site. There's still 2 players from NTE upstairs holding on to that bunks position, dorms as well, top white even. So 1620 haven't taken much control coming into the execute side of this. Machine is there to sort of hold the cross, I guess, onto the main hatch, but Chef will find one. Coming up those back tower stairs, Mallow to trade. This could be the opening that 1620 have been looking for. They will sledge into split. As KJ takes a considerable amount of damage as well as Machine. 2 players on blinking health, but it's lonely on the flank to find one as Kulo does take down KJ, but 2 versus 3. K16, Machine's on very low HP. The bomb going down. Mallow could go huge indeed. He will be able to deny from inside of the site. Not shut down at all. Has the Z-pings as well, but it's lonely. And a trade from Mallow. A one-tap flick to take down Lonely. Kongi to drop on in. 1 versus 1. Machine on the cross will spot him out. Can't land the shots, and it's Kongi to find the kill. NTE, 3 rounds in a row for themselves, are going to equalize 3-3. Going over into the half. 1620 now, going to have to run it up on the defense.
Something definitely happened with an APAC. We've seen those 3-3 trades before on Seas. We've seen one just before by Dynasty against Tilted Zelios. What's happening? Where's the source? Where's the lamp source here? Or rather, who's hiding it? Because this at the moment has been a little bit of a concerning turnout for 1620 Kings, because going into this matchup they were the favorites going into all of this, but maybe it's just again talk about underestimating your opponents. But looking at the lineup of the at least operators on the side of Nutty Gaming, Orion is bringing out something a little bit ambitious. Let's probably call it that, Proto.
Yeah, I mean the Blitz pick. I don't know if I rate it, but it could be something that is going to be spicing things up here, maybe for NTE, provided that 1620 aren't expected and ready to deal with something like that. They do have the Lucy, they do have the Smokes, so they have things available. But we are going to see our first Azami for the Night Machine. It's an operator that he is definitely taken a bit of a shining to, I think, given her recent introduction to the competitive operator pool. So it'll be interesting to see how it pans out for it.
Yeah, Zami definitely felt like she kind of slotted in herself pretty well into the general kind of meta, into the general swing of things. And definitely it's nice to see that a number of teams have been acknowledging her strength as well, coming into the general competitive meta. Curious though, how will Machine be able to utilize the keeper barriers? See how will that really be able to, assist the rest of the team. Quick prompt, already reinforcements being made. Not a whole lot of pings either from the EE1D, which does mean that, well, for Nutty Gaming, at least it confirms that, well, the defenders are stationary. Maybe they're all defaulting back to the site.
I mean something, Cthulhu. I don't think NTE are necessarily clued into what it means at the moment, but as Mallow takes a little bit of damage on the drop down, unfortunately that... Did he just shoot? Okay, yeah. 4x Kairos gone like the wind, as that breach is non-usable, unfortunately for NTE, opting to not bring a Maverick, which is an interesting choice with Thermite already on the board, so I don't know, could be an interesting pick from them, but Chef to open things up for his 10th, he's going to find one, K down Mallow as well, so 1622 big kills to open themselves up for this round number 7.
Absolutely, already with a flare of kills that did come around. Didn't particularly benefit Nutty Gaming at all. KJ being swung onto does not predict the fact that, well, it's going to be a rather courageous one from Orion, as he just gets eliminated through what? Wallbang out of all the things. Kongi tries to contest against Testa, but that man is just way too sharp. And 1620 Kings, yeah, look, you talked about the run it back in the defensive side, and certainly they so far being able to perform that very case. So, opportunities of bringing it back and making it, say, a 7-3 would still be on the board, but again, it would basically require for K16 to reveal quite a number of things, a number of their ideas and how they're looking to, perform it.
Yeah. Did we see the Blitz confirmed that round? Blitz did come. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. We didn't see him because he died first, but that's why I was asking, because we didn't see the blitz at all really there from Ryan. Chef, yeah, finds 10. Chef is indeed fragging right now, and for 16-20, you're gonna love to see it. But I mean, he's taking Machine's job this week, or at least for the moment. Yeah, NTE, unfortunately not quite having the best of luck at the start of their attacking half, but coming off the back of a 3-3, it's definitely not completely in the bin just yet. They still do have a great ability to make something of this attacking half. Whether or not they're going to manage to take it to OT could be an interesting prospect, given that we have seen NTE, I would argue, just sort of improve week after week after week, playday after playday. You know, obviously putting in a lot of that prac time, putting in a lot of that sort of extra work, but it looks like we might be on for a bit of a rush here, Cthulhu, maybe, provided that things go well in blue.
Could be an idea. Yeah, look, with the opening for Lonely, this is going to be a little bit problematic. They had not just enough time to really make that play happen. As the push comes in, the E1D is around, yeah, look, shut down as well with the shots to the feet. Unfortunately for Orion, this does not bode too particularly well. And yeah, look, Nutty Gaming, whilst it was a valiant effort, unfortunately things did not particularly work out and pan out as much as one would have wanted, and it's a complete washout as it all down to Kulo to try to make anything work. But Proto, this has been an attempt to, you know, switch things around a little bit with the general kind of spacing, with the general momentum, but none was actually gauged out of that one. So do we feel like this is kind of the conclusion of it all, given the conclusion by Tester as well?
I don't know, that is 100% the best react that we have seen. Tester summing up that round perfectly. Guys, yeah, they tried it, but yeah, look, I think that round we could sum it up to the equivalent of the train has left the station and the train has very quickly run into a brick wall. Because 16-20 were there, they were ready, they were prepared. No one actually got damaged for 16-20 that round. It was a 100% flawless, any percent speed run for them. And NT really got caught on the back end of it with the Bishop of Boomstick closing it out. So, yeah, look, we're going to see Blitz finally taken off the roster. Orion, thank you. And we will see OSA instead, sorry, I say, with the new 6-pick function. So, NTE, chucking that one away. So back to the drawing board. They're going to switch things up here. But 16-20, I mean, you take them when they're given to you. And take them, they indeed do.
Absolutely so. Look, I mean, I still gotta commend Nutty Gaming with, you know, experimenting with some of the plays, trying to, you know, switch it around, try to maybe even catch their opponents off guard. Unfortunately, it's just going into any kind of future attempts at, you know, pulling off those kind of rushes, maybe a little bit of a different approach, or maybe a little bit more of a thorough, you know, drone game to really come through. So possibilities of a match point to be finally achieved here by 16-20 Kings are certainly coming through rather nicely, but Nutty Gaming have managed to show that they're able to bite back on a number of occasions. As Kilo nearly just taken away the life of life in one swift shot at the camera.
Oh, Cthulhu. From what we've seen so far, I mean, 16-20. One of those rounds was relatively rent-free, I think we'll say. But even still, NTE, you gotta rate that they had the cojones to try it, and they got pretty deep, but ultimately the rotate is where it all stopped. So, shots to them for at least trying it. But 16-20 now inside a meeting kitchen. 4 players from NTE on this north side looking to open up the back to possibly go for the play.
Yeah, well, Machine finally getting to utilize the Azami a little bit more thoroughly. Looking to try to halt the general advancement, given that quite a majority amount of the players are actually playing around that spot. That is a disgusting angle as well to hold on to, basically impossible to really deal with, but yeah, Machine just, look, you have only one gone 6, I have multiples of the keeper barriers.
Yeah, plenty to work with, plenty to keep going. Chef on the rotate as well, hunting for more, maybe to find a 12th as NTE start to open up this site to look to maybe go for the execute in the near future, but Cthulhu. I mean, Mallow got fucking cams at just the wrong time. Chef could be there to collect his kill, but I think he may have been spotted out.
Just maybe. Just maybe. Oh, he stands. Oh, no, that is a hard break. That is a heartbreak and a half for Orion here, hoping to that it's only a dream that this shield is not particularly working. Well, actually, he is still able to squeeze in the shield through. Kongi getting the better of KJ and the plan starting to go down is actually all great and all perfect because not a single response is actually coming around from 1620 Kings as they all just folding under the pressure. 1v5 just like that. It's all down to the captain of 1620 Kings.
Yeah, Chef is going to find some damage, but ultimately it's not really anything in terms of the round, and NTE answer back off the back of a flawless with a flawless of their own. So, you know, tit for tat, and NTE definitely going to be happy with how that one panned out. 1620 just could not quite find anything for them, unfortunately, in terms of the opening kills, or at least anything. There was no denial. The Tachanka just wasn't hitting the mark, you know, on the deep right side of that stage, left if you're in meeting, which I guess we could say is unfortunate for 1620, but albeit they still hold the lead with one. So they do still have some good grounds to at least hold on for a bit longer, and by a bit longer I mean one more round, provided until you don't turn around and find another one to equalise, because at this rate we're getting a very quick repeat of the Dynasty game score-wise. So 1620 gonna have to do some pretty big dub getting right now. They want to lock this out in regulation, because Nutty could actually maybe even send this to OT.
OT would be rather, well, could be avoidable for 1620 Kings, and they would obviously prefer to, you know, close it out as early as possible, given that they have just been currently dethroned from that third position, and they would prefer to gain back at that lead. Interestingly enough, if 1620 Kings do manage to score it back, they will be only 1 point behind Antic Esports and Circular Spheres as well, who will get to play their cards tonight. It will be the battle for the first place to be finally thoroughly settled. So no matter what, 1620 Kings have the opportunity to later down the line jump the hype train and will try to reclaim at least maybe the second place. But it all depends on them basically closing out their rounds here. They want to ensure that they lose the minimal amount of rounds any further, and won't close it out. Maybe a 7-4 would definitely be a good boon for them. On the side of Nutty Gaming, though, genuinely a pleasant surprise with the way how they've been managing to conduct themselves, and being able to, you know, take quite a number of rounds away from 1620 Kings has been a formidable turnout.
Yeah, you do have to sort of say, Cthulhu, that bar everything else, you know, jokes aside, NTE have actually been doing really, really well. And we did talk about them having a bit of a resurgence, I guess, you know, performing decently, but a great pre-fire from KJ. I mean, the situational awareness from him in this position in the bottom of Attic has just been absolutely impeccable for 1620, and has been dealing huge amounts of damage to NTE right now. Chef once more on this very deep roam, coming up the main stairs, could be on for the flank, but right now it's just KJ doing big damage as Kulo finds one.
Yeah, KJ doing some really solid job. Definitely pleasant turnout as he's just being spammed with those flashbangs. The last one finally does connect and does blind them for a brief moment, but thankfully there is some backup from the smoke. Only able to support his teammate, and there's also the crossfire for Chef Jeff, who's actually holding his position pretty well. Kulo does get the better of KJ and does not expect, well, does actually, as a matter of fact, expect Chef Jeff's presence. So all of a sudden, the player advantage that was there generated by 1620 Kings all of a sudden has been completely dropped. So going into the next bits of it, oh, look, problems could start compounding.
Yeah, 1620 can't be fumbling the bag like that when you got a lead as such, but NTE still have to find Machine and Lonely, two players for this roster that have been absolutely insane when the time comes. Speaking of lonely,
Oof.
very cheeky little one tap to lock that down. Machine not spotting Kulo walking in. He's on for the quad. Can he find the fit? Lonely to take down the white player. Needs to find Kulo, but it's the ace for NTE to equalize once more. Kulo putting in the work. The team on his back, quite literally on the supporting role, finds all 5. Timeout requested as well. Kulo ecstatic with that performance, and ultimately to equalize like that, what a way to do it. NTE lock themselves in for quite possibly overtime here, or an absolute upset. They could turn this around and walk away with it 7-5, provided 1620 can't put a stop to this.
Kulo actually on live on camera just pulled the Sue. But in memes aside, yeah, Nutty Gaming certainly putting in the really big numbers, and courtesy of Kulo's effort, it certainly keeps them afloat and really, really nice and close. On the side of 1620 Kings, one has to wonder as to what is actually happening on their end, because it has been an absolute fall apart with the way how they held themselves, with the way how, you know, the general kind of pace went. It was all just kind of not really there, and you'd hope to see that, you know, they are looking to bounce back, but with the general kind of pacing that has been going on, not much can be really said apart from, well, Bag was very thoroughly fumbled on a number of occasions as well. They had such a good general run and such a general good momentum, but from there on it's just all kind of just, yeah, fell.
I'm not too sure what's happened for 1620. I mean, 2-round lead, you know, you lose 2 rounds. They 3-round lead at the start. They lose 3 rounds. I mean, Cthulhu, it has been a very stop-start sort of affair for 1620. And keep in mind, NTE actually even gave them that round when they rushed into blue. So for 1620 to now lose that lead that they had, that was, I mean, to be honest, given to them, even we could argue, in that first round of defense, you know, second round of defense, to get it back to a state of clutchability. I mean, NTE absolutely proving to us why they got top spot in the qualifiers, why they are one of the up-and-coming teams, I could say. I reckon we could probably, I mean, if they can beat Kings tonight, it is definitely going to be opening up some avenues for conversation in the future.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We were talking, yeah, as well, you know, previously open up the discussion about how long would it take for some of those teams to, you know, make their big appearance, to finally start popping up on the leaderboard, and whether it is going to be done within the same stages, their kind of initial introduction. And for Nutty Gaming to be able to perform that, I mean, that will be quite a big climb as well, because they're currently sitting at the 6th point, contesting with big dogs. Only 3 points for their name. If they manage to bring it back, because they even haven't even allowed 1620 Kings to gain a match point, and if they come back, pull a regulation win, that is straight away overtaking 1620 Kings by points, propelling themselves from a 6th point to a 4th.
Which would be big, given that they were sitting at the top of the leaderboard after week 1. But Tester is there to greet life, and by greet him I mean shoot him in the face. He runs back down the white stairs towards the site. So Cthulhu, NTE, it's a 1-for-1 trade right now. Getting Machine off the board, though, I guess you could say is a bit of a dub, given that he has quite a dangerous fragging prowess when he's put in a tight situation. So NTE found some pretty big kills, but coming down to the execute, they still have a lot of control to gain, things to open up, things to get ready for the execute. 1620 still have a lot on the board to deny. Smoke, nitros, the works.
Very much so. Plenty of leeway, plenty of the actual fuel to, I suppose, burn through. We get to see, you know, 1620 Kings bring it back, though. That is a whole completely different question, because, I mean, we look at the setup up top. A lot of things have been dedicated for that sort of mobility and flexibility, but 1620 Kings abandoned it very early, which does sort of open up the room for, you know, that swing, for that sort of very aggressive up in their faces play. I mean, not a single clue about that push at the laundry, which could be problematic.
Could be, especially coming down these back stairs. But Chef is ready to collect. From inside a freezer on the close angle here. The smoke doing a bit of damage. Tested to find 2 on the back stairs. Kulo and Kongi goes down, swings for not the 3rd. The Chef is there to confirm it. Orion now the last alive in a matter of seconds. 1 versus 4. And only 7 seconds to achieve it. Chef with a boomstick in hand. 16-20. Gonna turn things around and take back the lead. Match point we find ourselves on now. Cthulhu and TE need 1 more to take us into overtime. Can 16-20 close it out in regulation?
Full regulation though, I gotta commend here. 16-20 Kings definitely being rattled with the way how Nutty Gaming have been performing, and it's certainly a solid, performance from them. The way how Nutty Gaming been able to, almost isolate their opponents in a number of the positions certainly speaks volumes. And certainly Oregon, when we were talking about the fact that Oregon has been kind of that really nice general kind of area for success for 16-20 Kings, no longer it is, at least against Nutty Gaming, as Nutty Gaming also starting to proclaim that this is kind of a map where they certainly could make a number of teams sweat very profusely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's something they had for breakfast or if it's just the sheer amount of prac they've been putting in. I mean, Mallow was saying in his interview that they needed to dial down on the scrims, but I mean, vice versa. We look at the score right now against 16-20, who, at the start of the season were hyped up as one of the teams that could be looking for that OCN Relo sort of spot. NTE have put on a show. So the scrim and the amount of prac that's happening, I think, is definitely paying dividends for them. Even if they don't walk away with the dub here, it's still, I would argue, the best showing that we have seen from NTE since their introduction to the Oceanic Challenger League. And it has been an insane spectacle to watch.
Absolutely, yeah. I'd say already this sort of a scoreline is already in its own way a dub that Nutty Gaming were able to score, but we're not even kind of finished with this matchup in any shape or form, because Nutty Gaming very much have reached that sort of size where they able to take away a number of big rounds from 16-20 Kings, and being able to deny them this efficiently is a really promising way. Chef Jeff already scouted out, completely oblivious to the fact that Nutty Gaming are very much knowledgeable. Now he is, though, about his rotations. But regardless, yeah, look, 16-20 Kings starting to become a little bit more complacent even with some of their plays.
Yeah, I mean, Machine going for that spawn peak there and ultimately just paying in health. And, I mean, we look at the setup here for 16-20. You've got 2 players on the westmost side in Dining and Small Tower, and there's no one there. NTE are not interested at all, and it's KJ once more. As I said, situational awareness in this attic position is impeccable. I will say it again. He has been locking down these opening kills, shutting down multiple players from that position 100 times out of 100 so far in this matchup. So if he can keep that up, 16-20 could close it out here in spectacular fashion, but he's going to have to go huge from in the attic right now. The smokes start to come out for the support. Kongi opens up the wall. Things starting to get a little bit heated as Kulo makes his way back into the attic. We saw him find an ace in this position previously. Can he do it again?
Certainly possibilities are there, not particularly too paying the attention to the spot where Kulo is pushing. KJ might just get isolated, but no, KJ is actually able to find his own frags. Nearly connects to yet another one, but it is being equalized back onto a 4v3. Still opportunities are there, but 16-20 Kings might just be able to close it all out. Machine has a perfect angle, a very scary one whilst at it as well, but Kongi full well acknowledges how dirty it can be. Decides to create his own one instead. And the push comes around, push comes to shove, trying to find his own position. But it's just a battle of trying to find just whatever opportunities there are. 29 seconds remaining. And finally, Life actually connects a really solid shot.
16-20. Don't want to be throwing any more bodies in the way of NTE because they're going to find the kills apparently. 3 versus 3. Crossfire's being held. The bomb yet to go down. Machine will connect on the life. The bomb now being planted. Kongi with the cross. This is possibly going to send us into the post plan as both players swing on out. All 3. It's going to be an absolute shooting gallery for Kongi as he finds 2, but the bomb dropped now. Tester, all he needs to do is run. Kongi left with only one choice. Plant the diffuser as 0.2 seconds comes on. And ladies and gentlemen, 16-20. In a very close fashion, you're going to be able to close it out. GG's in the chat. Kongi was so close, but unfortunately for NTE, so far. GG's all round. They close out in the end, they get the job done.
Absolutely, yeah, look, a little bit of a sweaty moment there by the conclusion of it all out, but definitely, look, a 3-pointer is a 3-pointer, and now this does put the 16-20 Kings into that contention and possibility in the future for that top 2 positions even.
It really does.
It really does, yeah. Look, a 5-7 scoreline. A formidable turnout here, I gotta say. And for 16-20 Kings, definitely a few questions remain after that one. Panda, look, have you found anything that we kind of missed whilst we were talking? Because obviously this was kind of a bit of a nail biter, not gonna lie.
I mean, we got the full gambit sort of along the way, didn't we? We had that rush into elbow, we had Kulo with his A's. I mean, it was just a little bit of everything. And 16-20 Kings, they looked a bit shook. They did. You know, another 7-5 matchup, of course. But I mean, Cthulhu, you were there, watched it all. I could hear you guys. I mean, sort of, what did you make of this showing from 16-20 Kings against the newcomers?
Honestly, I gotta say, I think 16-20 Kings at the beginning of it all almost gave too little of a credit to Natty Gaming. With the way how, look, previous matchups obviously went, it's understandable where 16-20 Kings were coming from, but letting off quite a number of rounds to go the way how they did, that is almost well, not an embarrassment, but definitely a bit of a misplay, and a heavy one, actually, as a matter of fact, for 16-20 Kings, allowing so many rounds to slip away. But on the other hand, for Natty Gaming, them identifying those, mistakes and playing off them, that's a huge turnout for them.
Well, look, he's done typing, he's done fragging. It's time for him to get speaking once again. Chef Jeff joining us in the interview booth.
Hello.
Mate, look, you maybe you need to spend less time typing. I don't know. They gave you a bit of a run today.
I don't think it was. Look, see, they definitely did in 4 of the rounds that they won. That definitely should have been a 7-4. I think in the defense round of upstairs that we lost, I think that was on Tester and myself, when we just completely was like, yo, we're feeling ourselves, let's just do something. And we went completely against our strategy of what we were doing. And that was on us, and I think we kind of acknowledged that in that round. I don't know why Nutty took that tack. That was 100% on us to take. That really helped us reset, and we didn't even need to use it, but I don't think we had the intention of using it, but they did it for us. So we'll just take the free tack, and we'll reset ourselves.
Fair enough. Look, yeah. Run us through the idea. How much of a prep was actually going into your matchup against Nutty? Because obviously, first 2 rounds shown that you guys were just ready to just absolutely send it with the frags and kind of call it a day. But obviously, things went slightly sideways.
I mean, I don't see. I think in the instances where it went sideways, it was more on us losing some ones. But that happens. And I credit to them on the 3 defense rounds that they won. They played that better than us. But there was a lot of mistakes and mistiming, and I think a lot of the rounds that we lost was more on us and rather on them. I feel like there's a lot of stuff they need to work on before they become a lot better. They have the potential for it, but we just didn't give our best today, and that's something that we need to work on.
And given that you guys have been looking really good in these last few weeks, you've locked yourself another 3 points on the board. How are you guys feeling going forward from this Playday, cementing yourself in one of those top 4 spots? I mean, what are you guys feeling like your prospects are?
Really good. We've got a lot of stuff to work on. We're having some other issues going on, but we still we don't let the gas off the pedal, and when we do, it looks pretty bad. But we work as hard as we can. Top 4 is a goal that we think is very achievable, and we're going to work towards it.
Well, look, it's a victory. You took us right to the end of regulation. You get there in the end. That's the main thing, Jeff. Before we let you head off, anyone you'd like to shout out?
Shout out to Jacko. I love Jacko. All of us love Jacko. We all love Jacko. If you don't love Jacko, then you're not real. Let's see. 1620 Kings, the org. Love the jersey. It's a good fit. Good. It feels good when wearing it. You know, easy dubs with it. The boys are still working hard, and when we let the gas off the pedal eventually, we'll start getting flogged, so I can't wait to see that happen. That'll be funny. But yeah, no. We're going to keep working hard. And
maybe we take socials off Jacko, though, because he gave us a bit of a bait and switch earlier.
I don't know that. So. I like, they just tend to troll me. I don't understand. I was always going to play. I don't know. One last shout out.
He went and deleted the tweet after.
No, did he delete it? Oh, come on, Jack. It's the shout out to the Chef Jeff is typing movement. I love Twitch chat. I love the Chef Jeff is typing movement, and I hope they took their cue at the start of the game today. Well done, boys.
No, get him out of here. The first rule about Chef Jeff is typing is that Jeff is not actually allowed to talk about Jeff is typing. He's meant to be typing. Get him out of here, gentlemen. No, he's done. Good riddance. What an absolute troll, gentlemen. But look, Cthulhu, that was a rather unexpected result coming into a matchup involving 1620 King.
Oh yeah, look, it definitely surprised me as well going into this one. I certainly still expected that, you know, the 1620 Kings would win and would have quite a dominant scoreline, and the initial first few rounds definitely, you know, back that up. But I gotta say, kudos to NTE. They definitely put in the effort, and it was quite a plentiful amount.
And Proto, you seem to have lucked it out here. Obviously, match 3, our big one of the evening. It's definitely going to be an exciting one. When we come back after the break, we jump on into it, of course. Circular Spheres versus Get It Grip LFO. Our match to decide first place in this stage, of course. We'll be back very, very soon for it.
There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. No. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright, yeah.
Well, we hit full regulation time for our first two maps of the evening, but we head into, well, what is arguably our biggest matchup of the stage. The settings are there. Circular Spheres taking on Get a Grip LFO. Cthulhu coming to this matchup. Unfortunately, you're going to be sitting in the wings, but I mean, this is absolutely stacked.
I mean, you say unfortunately, I get to enjoy it in full, you know, whilst having some food as well. But honestly, yeah, this is a matchup that I was genuinely waiting for very, very keenly. Because on one hand, Circular Sphere is a team that has each and one of the players able to perform so well. And I mean, when you have players like Goofed who just channel the absolute energy contact that he is, it is difficult to really beat that. On the side of, though, Get a Grip, it's a roster that has been quite on the rise.
Oh, look at him there. Maverick in full force, ready to go. I mean, Proto, coming into this, we see some new blood injects into this matchup, of course, for both teams. I mean, are they going to be the difference makers here?
Look, Karma coming into the fray, joining Get a Grip, is it's going to make things a lot more interesting, rather, we should say. With 90 Jin already joining the roster, Karma now coming along as well. That is two big fragging names coming up through the ranks into Tier 2 now. And I definitely think Get a Grip are going to have a lot more aggressive ability on the board.
And honestly, that has to be the biggest question. Forget the results, forget the standings. Drifts is wearing two pairs of glasses there. Is he finally going to be running a Grip Cthulhu?
No, I think we're still gonna see him gripless on this one, but I reckon he is still just gonna be just about as sharp as one can be, purely for the fact just how mad he was performing previously.
Just some last minute prep, getting everything sorted. I think this is like the third time on player cams this stage I've seen someone making a bed because they realize actually people can probably see this. But I mean, look, okay, no, never mind. He's getting the chair crew sorted, the cat in the mountain lion, as it were. Yeah, he's making sure he's got it on cams. But Cthulhu jumping into the veto. We head to Villa. This is a map that both teams have played quite comfortably this year.
Absolutely, yeah. Villa has been a interesting kind of general adventure because we were talking about their, the map's ability to find a very flexible kind of set of playstyles, but we've seen relatively all locked down. Interestingly enough, I believe we are actually yet to see Villa to come out for both of these teams at this stage. Pardon me, sorry, Antic played it last Playday against Big Dogs, and it was a 7-3 absolute flog out. So, at least on the side of ex-Antic roster, aka Get a Grip, we already know what they can bring on board, and that is a very sturdy defense plus a pretty well organized offense. On the side of Circular Spheres, though, the biggest kind of change in the map pool that we've seen is Border, and that was a 7-1 against 1620 Kings in Playday number 1. So, look, I'm definitely expecting a heater of a match.
And of course, I mean, the last time these two teams faced off, 7-1 victory for Spheres in the final Playday of Stage 1. But I mean, Proto, this map, Villa, the most picked alongside Clubhouse last stage. So there's a lot of VOD material out there. There's a lot of info out there. I mean, who do you back coming to this matchup, given how both these teams have been playing?
It's rough to say. Both teams have taken victories on it this stage already, both of which actually being 7-3s to Big Dogs for both teams. So whether or not that speaks numbers about the Big Dogs on Villa or both of these teams on Villa, obviously we don't know. But it definitely, I think I'm going to have to lean towards Spheres. They've been locking in first. They locked in second under Kraken before the promotion in the last stage. So coming into this, Spheres are going to be the favourite, given that they have looked a lot more dominant so far in this stage. But albeit, anything can happen on the battlefield.
Cthulhu, I mean, it has to be asked. Is there an element of underdog factor coming into this? Antic have consistently been, I mean, you think back to the very initiation of this competition, they bottomed the table, and through there, they slowly worked their way up. Finally, they're at the top contesting with the bigger teams, but there's still that element of, I suppose, the underdog energy.
Yeah, to a certain degree it is. Yeah, look, both teams have been kind of climbing to that position. Circular Sphere is a little bit more confident in their execution than they were before. For get a grip. This is kind of, I suppose, the first rodeo at the top of the leaderboard. So far, they've been keeping that run pretty well, apart from a few, you know, spooks, say, the whole AE kerfuffle for them that did result in a 7-4 on Oregon. So, call it that maybe this is now finally that much-needed trial by fire for that renewed roster.
And obviously, I mean, this map allows a lot of varying strategies and approaches, Proto. Specifically, I'm looking coach prone win, now player prone win, his shotguns and what he can bring on the defense. Is that something that Circular Spheres will have to be paying attention to?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him on the FO12 as of recent in a couple of play days, so even that could be making an appearance on Villa. But yeah, prone win strategies, his dark arts, I guess, as some would say, part of the church of the M590 is a definite scary prospect coming into this matchup, because Villa, as you said, it's a map that allows for a lot of those rat shotgun spots downstairs. You got the basement. I mean, there's a levy of things that could go wrong if Owen is left undrone.
Yeah, look, we've even seen Wildcard up in the Oceanic Nationals playing some of those weird and wonderful angles. I believe it was Milo who was playing in the walk-in wardrobe, just tucked in, staring at a wall, letting his team do all the work and find the kills. But I mean, Antic, now Get a Grip LFO, they're a little bit more involved when it comes to that. So I don't think we're going to see anyone just staring at a wall while the rest of the team does the work. But Cthulhu, the question has to be asked: is this the make or break match? Is this the Kingmaker in Stage 2?
Absolutely. This is the Kingmaker. This will be the one to decide as to who will get to contest and hold on to as cleanly and as closely as possible for that first place. At the moment, Circular Spheres leading by the round differential, but Antic, or rather ex-Antic roster, can very much take that away.
Well, Cthulhu, go enjoy your food. You got your dinner sorted, Proto. We're going to jump on into it. I mean, what are the odds here? I mean, if you can take down one of these two teams, if Get a Grip take down Circular Spheres, if Circular Spheres get the counter, is there anyone that can stop them in that contention for promo relegations?
If Spheres find this right now, this dub, I reckon they lock it in. Given that they have just looked so dominant, and no one has really been able to put a stop to their reign of terror, I guess we could call it. And Get a Grip really are the last defenders, I guess we could say. Knock to go, Thatcher as well. Knock, an operator that we've seen banned out quite a fair bit on Villa and other maps as well, as of recently, as teams have sort of now figured out that she's a lot more useful than just the odd rush pick. So no surprise that she's gone Valkyrie as well. Panda, I think we maybe round this out with a Mirror, maybe even an Azami. But in saying that, it's going to be Malusi, so I'll stop.
Get a Grip. Obviously got a game plan, more worried about the Malusi than either the Azami or the Mirror, which is a big statement to be making coming into a map like Villa. All 10 players locked in and loaded in the server. On the side of defense, we go to Aviator Games, as you would expect, and you can see Azami in play. Where am I there? Plus the Jaeger and a Smoke Alibi combo to round it out. That is a lot of utility that will need to be cleared.
It will indeed. Jappa not returning this week either, unfortunately, for Spheres. That didn't seem to affect them last week whatsoever, especially due to the fact that Goof sort of just walked around and took names, but albeit...
I think Goof may have just taken the whole team.
He did. He took everything. It was just a backpack moment, I guess we could say, for him last week. So either or, Get a Grip. Going to have their work cut out for them. But with Karma coming in to the Challenger League, having recently turned 18, meeting the age requirements, I definitely think they're going to have a little bit of a possible leg up, given that Karma is rather insane, I think is the word that we should be using.
Well, I mean, it's that discussion that you know, Cthulhu and I have been having over the last sort of 12 months even. You now join that as well as part of the OCL. Is this, you know, Karma, is he a player that will stick around with his team, do you reckon, or is he getting poached? Because we've seen some great players out of CL being poached up into the larger league.
Yeah, I mean, definitely provided he has a good showing in Challenger League, he could definitely be on the way up to be considered for those top tier teams. He is definitely a player that has the ability to be playing at that level. You know, he drops consistent kills, or insane mechanical player, and hopefully we get to see that highlighted in this matchup. But obviously a different question on game day, especially going up against Spheres. But Jin to kick things off.
Gotta wonder how much the Aviators have played into that. Goof did, unfortunately, start the map off. Karma quickly to follow. All that hype up. Proto the Cancer's Curse coming into play is Ornami, who, I mean, returning to this roster has looked pretty good, and he's going to keep that trend going.
Yeah, indeed he will. Once that kill, Karma goes down, so we'll have to see it. But it's a good choice of a lineup here from Spheres. They don't have too much in terms of direct hard breach, which you can get away with on a map like Villa, and it is going to come down to a lot of utility burn. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. But Jin, speaking of burn, finds a second. Ornami goes down, and the positioning right now from Get a Grip is just proving to be a whole lot better, unfortunately, than what Spheres are bringing at the moment.
3 versus 4 is with the halfway mark in round 1 on Villa. The drone's coming into play. Drift's going to clear some more of that utility out. He definitely could be a difference maker, but Owen caught overstepping his mark through the rotate into study, and we're suddenly back in a 3 versus 3.
Spheres, unfortunate start, but a good way to equalise. They found some good kills in good positions, and now they're going to start to go to work elsewhere in an attempt to find some of that vertical damage using that utility to find kills, but unfortunately no one there to collect as damage is being dealt. Not from the nades, but damage is still being dealt, and so Spheres are going to have to look for the entry.
Grimstar on for 3, might even be on for the ace, but no, gets caught in a bit of crossfire, finds themselves in a 2 versus 1. Drift's got a sliver of health and not really much to work with positional-wise. Stun used to flush him out of position, but he's already on the move. Looking for the rotate. I don't think they quite know where he is, and that should be the opening that he needs. Geordie hears the shots, though. Someone on the drone will confer that information through. So the relocation of the bomb diffuser. Physics covering the angle. So this should be a nice, clean, easy wrap-up. Drifts. What can he do? And already you can see the relocates. That could have been deadly, but no. Too much to do. Too many angles to cover. And Circular Spheres, they actually mount a reasonably solid comeback in that attack.
Yeah, Spheres provided the rough start. They did find the opener and ultimately conceded 2 after that, but positionally speaking, just put themselves into really good spots to take those crossfires, find those kills, and cut those players off from Get a Grip, and they did it surgically. I mean, Krim finding those 2 kills was a huge opening in the door for them to get in, get that bomb down, retake that site control after Krim goes down, and trade him out at the top of the red stairs, and that was just done perfectly. They had everyone where they needed to be, and ultimately executing onto the site in that post plan for the minute amount of time that it was there. That execute was also flawless, I would say, for Spheres. Yes, a bit of a rocky start, but in practice, getting the job done was definitely, I would say, very clean cut and polished. And unfortunately for Get a Grip, that means first round isn't going to go in their favour, but going into the second, they're going to switch up the site and look to change things up a little bit.
I mean, already we're starting to see, you know, a trend which unfortunately has plagued the Challenger League since, again, its inception compared to the, you know, National Series. Drift's playing his position on the Azami. What we see in Nationals is they'll play it on the study door, looking for the ankle angles, trying to force the attackers to funnel through and catching them at the knees. But Drift's, no, he was playing around the stairs, looking for the angle onto the study window. Maybe, just maybe, indicating a little bit of greed.
Could definitely be the case, Panda, but at the moment, at least, there was good premise from Get a Grip. Keep in mind, these are the 2 teams that are currently tied for first place points and win-wise right now. So one of these teams is going to be put into a locked second position. So a lot is on the line in this matchup.
Yeah, a lot of stakes here, but already the force into the building, quite comfortable. Circular Spheres, they identify Owen, and if they can take him off the board early, that would be absolutely massive. Scan should reveal his positioning, has the footholds opened up, but he's not quite aware of just how threatened he is currently. This is not a good spot for Owen to be in.
Yeah, 2 players running up to the top of main, now a third to join is definitely a rough prospect, but there you go. The Bishop from the church finds one Ornami, and very quickly that advantage that we saw from Spheres. They lose one, but they trade one out, and look, it was a good start from Spheres. They took a lot of good control, but they didn't act on it quick enough. They had so much information from the drones. They had loads available to find at least 2 kills on the entry and play for the site control. But Get a Grip were there, ready to answer.
Just because he's done that on this map previously, swinging a door prone with a shotgun and made it work, doesn't mean he should be doing it again. That was an over-ambitious play. Luckily, he's got the rest of the team to back him up there. Goose spots the player on the Kiva barricade. Little to no utilities, looking for the pixel at the head of his army, but it's an aggressive swing out there. Jordy finding the opening onto Drifts. Jin as well in a bit of trouble from his position by that master bedroom door. This is where things get a bit dicey.
Could indeed. Not long left at all, only a minute. And it's going to come down to utility placement here, and Physics is going to do just that with the headshot as well as the nade to draw the player out. Only 45 seconds left. There's not a lot of time, not a lot of control. Spheres are going to have to go into head-on gunfights here and look to win their ones because the crosses for Get a Grip are insane right here.
Gemini doesn't really get much information. They've got next to no utility clear as well. This Kiba barricade for River is absolutely massive. Karma knows there's someone in close. Big headshot and the follow-up headshot to boot. Karma on his debut cleans up round 2. Get a Grip. Answer back with a round of their own.
Yeah, and really well done at that. Karma definitely having a good second round there as opposed to the first, being cleaned up in the first 40 seconds. So good to see him surviving a little bit longer. But Panda, albeit both teams showing why they are at the top of the leaderboard, tied for first place right now. I mean, a
bit of a throwback there on Drift's chest. Rocking the Kraken jersey, a former member, sub for that team. I believe it was last year, actually, Stage 3. But, I mean, Circular Spheres called the attack pause very early on into that round. I mean, I think we were still in prep phase, or close to the end of it when that went up. So, I mean, that's pretty early on to be using something as significant tactically as that.
I kind of do rate the use of it early on, given that the round that they did just lose could have been circumvented had they played a little bit more information gather, had they had players over by the master to sort of cut off the interplay between the master bedroom and that bricks walk-in. You know, changing a couple of maybe the positions around, maybe who's playing what. We haven't seen too many changes right now. One army has jumped over onto the Ash as opposed to the Zofia, possibly for the hopes of more soft breach utility, but even then Zofia probably still takes the cake on that one. Albeit though, there were definitely things that could have changed there for Spheres that would have made that round quite easily their own, and I don't really blame them for taking it as early as they have. I mean, Get a Grip, this is their biggest matchup, and even if it wasn't to sort of take a moment and say, boys, what are we doing? Break the momentum. Break the momentum.
The thing is, though, it was called at the start of round 2, not start of round 3. So I wonder if maybe there was a tech issue or something going on.
Could have been.
So, look, it maybe inner workings of the team and all that, but right now, I mean, we are seeing, like, I mean, exactly why teams are taking to his army. That power position that River held in Trophy, there was no way to contest that.
No way at all. And I mean, there was no sufficient burn left for Spheres to even hope to deal with it. So you take out all the nades available, you take out all the gone sixes, and you pretty much have an indestructible position there to play for the remainder of the round, or at least until you're fragged out somehow. So good to see Get a Grip utilising it, and unfortunate to see Circular Spheres struggling to deal with it at the moment.
We've already had one or a couple of reworks in terms of operators. I mean, you saw Goyo lose his shields and just get that packs. Maybe that's the change we need for Sledge. It gives you the option to charge it up and just throw the hammer.
I rate that. I do rate that change, but Get a Grip, yeah. Oh no, Jin not spotted. This could be big for Spheres, but no, he is going to be caught out, taken down by Goof. So almost a misplay, but the information most likely there and relayed, and the kill going in favour of Spheres. A better start to the round than the previous, so maybe the attack timeout doing wonders? I don't know. It was a bit of a weird one, Panda, it was.
They get the scans off, though, at least. This Jackal already going to work in the hands of Crimstar, and they are looking to try and find an aid from below. Unami, there we go. Ash a little bit more successful than the Zofia so far as he's found his first kill. Clearing out the utility camps there, so they know physics is below it with 1 nade remaining. Karma though, he's good with the MX4 Storm. Oh, almost finds a second, he does too. Back-to-back rounds of double kills.
The fact that we're seeing things like this happen, Circular Spheres, you got to be doing some more thorough work, because Karma being allowed to find these kills, make it a third, should not be happening whatsoever. We spoke about mechanical prowess, and it is on display right now. And just positional awareness, Panda. Drift!
Shot!
Physics! Okay.
It's in the name. It's all angles. It's all momentum. He just knew it. He knew it. He knew exactly where the gun needed to be pointed. He hit the shot, and Drift is he's got a bit of egg on his face. Unfortunately, Karma spotted on the Jones. They know that he's sitting in 90. That's some utility, but it's going to be a push straight into Aviator. They've got the shield there to utilize. Karma goes down, and it's on Coach Owen. Spots one, puts it down to the 1 versus 1, but Geordie just swings the door. Doesn't give him time to breathe, and Owen, well, now, yeah, he's looking a bit foolish.
I don't think Owen spotted Geordie there, which is a bit of a shame for Coach Wen, but albeit you take it if your Spheres. That again came down. It keeps coming down to 1vx's, 2v2s, Panda, and it just furthermore highlights why these two teams are the top 2 contenders right now in the Challenger League for this stage. They are both at such a level of play where it is ultimately like looking in a mirror. You know, one team does one thing really, really good that is expected at a high level of competition play, and then the next round, the team that lost subsequent round does something even more insane, and it just constantly keeps getting traded back and forth and back and forth. This game, if any, for the evening, definitely could be the one that we see propelled into overtime, because both of these teams have so much on the line locking in that first spot going forward into the next Playday, because it means so much. And it is going to be a big deciding factor on who makes playoffs in the end and who gets the better seed.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to OCS and the potential shenaniganry that we get there. Hopefully, assuming that
Everyone
we get
gets up.
more people showing up than we did last stage. Because, yeah, look, it was, yeah, like I said earlier, not quite the numbers we were hoping for to resent. In saying that, though, Circular Spheres was one of the only teams out of the OCL to actually make it past the first round.
Yeah. Indeed they were. And they did a pretty good job in doing so. So, going forward from that, obviously looking for a possible repeat in the next season. But so far, it is just going to be information relayed. And there you go. Drone work to a T for the Spheres. Perfect interplay with each other to find that opening kill. Karma goes down in the early stages of round number 4. And ultimately, Spheres put themselves in really good positions here to do some damage.
I mean, it's a huge concern given the investment into a Mute and Mozzie, and there was just no control over the drones. They knew his position. They've just found big impact in the round. They're just feeding kills on through, and all of a sudden, after a minute 10 seconds, 4 of 5 players are dead, and it's going to be a flawless round to boot. What in the hell was that from Get a Grip?
We did all that talking mid-round there, Panda, on, you know, these two teams doing really cool things and taking rounds off each other, but Get a Grip, I don't know, maybe they fumbled the bag a little bit there. Well, no, there was no maybe, they did. they did. I'm not too sure what the choice was to repeat the hatch, given that that angle is a lose-lose situation. You know, Geordie could see the feet before Jin even had a chance to see what was going on. Yeah, interesting choices, Panda, and ultimately those choices had consequences. Ultimately, those consequences subsequently turned into Circular Spheres rewards in terms of the round count now going up. And things like that are going to be the deciding factor. Things like that, those little mistakes where the teams start to capitalize, are going to be the difference maker right here. And if Circular Spheres can keep things like that up, Get a Grip are going to be short-lived in this run at their attempt at the first place spot.
Look, I'd be I'm gonna be real. I would hesitate to call it a round that was won by Circular Spheres because it was definitely a round that was lost by Get a Grip. I mean, you spoon feed 4 kills in the space of about 15 seconds, all from the same position, one after another. It's just not on.
No, not when you're a top spot contender. But in saying that, mistakes are made. So could have been a miscommunication, could have been a strategy flaw, something into that. Circular Spheres, no matter what it was, they read into it perfectly. And speaking of perfectly, Panda, it looks like they want to get aggressive in through the laundry here. Could be on for a bit more fast-paced, high-octane gameplay, provided that they can get the information that they need to dedicate that it is a worthy cause to be sort of committing to.
Looks like they got a bit of info. They know that there is at least Karma holding here. Spots the head and finds the kill onto Anami. Caught throwing the drone out into play. But I mean, they got the Gemini deep, and I heard pings going off, so I must assume that they saw him. Unfortunately, they couldn't make anything of it.
Yeah, it's a shame to see, but ultimately Karma just again showing us that when given the chance, he can deal damage. And speaking of damage, look at this Kiva barricade. An awesome position inside of the Master with that castle barricade as well to support. Allows so much maneuverability. Speaking of, River from inside of Master allowed to get away with that. Physics to go down. Sphere's now the ones making the mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, that was a catastrophic round in the last, and all of a sudden, he absolutely nailed it on the head. Now it's Circular Spheres stuck in a comedy eras, making mistake after mistake. Luckily, Goof spots the pixel he needs to, almost finds a second on the lineup, spots a third even, almost take. That should have been 3 kills. Get a Grip are incredibly lucky to get away with that.
I mean, even just the damage dealt, Panda, is going to be huge coming into what could be the final seconds of this round. The Keeper Barricade, unfortunately, being taken out by the X-Kairos, but Drift doesn't need a grip at all. And very quickly, the positions that were being held are starting to fall apart.
2 versus 4, a much more comfortable position for Get a Grip to be playing in right now. Crim and Goof, now just Goof as Drift bags himself yet another. Oh, and there with the shotgun this time. He's not going to swing it on the ground. A 3-2 scoreline, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe there is some nerves coming into this matchup because teams are showing cracks.
You would assume, you would have to assume that there was some form of nerve or worry or, you know, definite effect on the mental, it seems, because you look at any Playday previous to this. I mean, Playday number 3, 7-3 for Get a Grip versus the big dogs. You look at the Spheres game, 7-1 versus Altered Zelios. You go back to Playday 2, 7-3 for Circular Spheres. Antic, 7-4 back when they were Antic. Get a Grip now, obviously. You know, compared to those matches that were very one-sided, very, very dominant, arguably, you know, there was no real point of contention from the opposing team. You come into today, and everything is on the line. You are the 2 best teams. Looking at the leaderboard, looking at the stats, looking at the players, you are the 2 best rosters currently. Duking it out for first position, and it definitely would have to have an effect, to some degree, on the mental. Not necessarily a bad one, but you would then be thinking, you know, come on, we have to be doing good. The over-pressuring of oneself could be a big thing here for players as well. So, provided they don't let it get to their heads, we could be on for a very long matchup here, but a good one nonetheless, Pam.
Last minute setup under. Okay, a little bit of rubber banding there on the spectator side as well. It looks like River is still going to town on those walls. Power Fist activated, but I mean, you look at the setup so far. It's about as cookie cutter as you can get. The introduction of the Aruni though is gonna make it a little bit harder to clear some of that utility,
especially with the trade-off from the Azami. Get a Grip opting to forfeit this round, which is an interesting choice, but one that could pay off for them depending on how the Rooney goes, given that they are heavily reliant on a lot of these shield positions to hold for extended periods so that they can lock positions down. And with Goof being allowed to walk into Astro and do things like that, I guess it worked out in the end with a double trade. So I'm not too sure what Spheres were doing there, but At the same time, we could ask the question for Get a Grip. How was he allowed to get in like that? They made the trades. They come out on top of it, but still, question marks from both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, not to say that it was a significant miscalculation, because it was. You've lost your Finker and your Rihanna, so, well, sustainability plus utility clear plus information gathering. You've got, well, just as Ophir to clear out the utility. Luckily, Crimp is always good for one, takes out Drifts and brings us to the 3 versus 3. And then the question has to be asked, how do you burn that utility that's still in play?
I mean, they have 1 charge left from Ornami. Whether it's a stun or an impact, we don't know. Flashbangs for both Geordie and Crim, yet diminishing as time goes on, as they attempt to clear out 90 and open up that wall for a possible plan. But utility is going to be a big point of question. Can they spread it thin enough to get into the site? They still have people roaming downstairs. I believe Karma at the bottom of red, dealing just damage being there, given that he's not droned out, not found. His position is going to be big. And as the last 45 comes to a lapse, Get a Grip have plenty to deny.
More questionable plays. Ornami resetting the Saria gate and forcing Geordie to burn it with his own flash.
Oh, no.
Karma on the flank finds 1. And Crimstar unfortunately dies to the team kill while down. Swinging from Jin. Puts it into a 2 versus 1 Proto. And right now we are staring down the barrel of a potential 3-3 half. Geordie catches out Jin, rotating from Hunting Ball. Owen, he can't fall for it again. Just walks himself in. Denies the repeat of history. This time he gets Geordie in Aviator, not dying in Study like last time. But that, again, there are some big mistakes being shown here.
From both sides, huge mistakes, Panda. I mean, no flank drone on red, not even a Nomad in play, so they couldn't really rely on that. No gridlock. The information just not there, unfortunately, for Spheres in that last attacking round. I mean, allowing Karma to come up and find those kills, again, the damage dealt, I said it, he didn't even need to get kills up until the point that he did. It was just him being there. It was such a big opening for Get a Grip, and then ultimately, unfortunately, Geordie just couldn't quite connect the shots onto Owen this time. Type 89 not having a large capacity magazine, so couldn't go for that sort of invest on the repeak as much as maybe you would have hoped for. But 3-3 is still respectable in both cases. 50-50 split. Circular Spheres now sort of go onto the defense where it opens up a lot of avenues. We've spoke multitudes previous, Panda, both me and you and Cthulhu on separate occasions, that this map allows for a very large roam presence. And for Circular Spheres, a team that likes to get aggressive, likes to play for those angles and types of engagements, this is going to be a map that favours them, and it's one that we've seen favour them in the past on this roam. This is where they'll be looking to do their damage, and Get a Grip are going to have to be careful about such.
And we talked about the mental there. I've got to wonder just how much that Saria gate might have affected things. I mean, there's a big difference between pushing into a site thinking, what the heck was my idiot teammate doing, to resetting the Saria gate, and, you know, going into the site thinking, oh, I've got to clutch this 1v1. It can be, I mean, that much of a difference separates you from a loss and victory. But right now, look at that. Nitro cells in play. You got the cap can traps. There is a lot of utility geared towards the post-plant retake for Circular Spheres.
I mean, just to touch on that Seagate, could have been a budget flank watch type thing. You know, it makes an audio cue when someone walks through it, but Karma wasn't there, so whether or not that was a good choice from Ornami, we don't know. The trades back and forth, taking off the Jackal, though. Circular Spheres getting aggressive to find that opening pick onto the Jackal. That's going to be huge for them going into the latter parts of the round. They lose 1 Nitro, but trade that for a Jackal, that's something you take pretty much any day of the week.
Oh, Drifts. He's going to push up and find Goof. The Nitro cell too little too late there from Geordie. And that is not ideal at all. They lost the Jackal, and they proved that that really isn't a factor. Geordie bringing it back to the 3 versus 3. Binker versus Thunderbird. Who's going to be better? Owen picked up by the Adrenal Surge there. So the health looking a little bit worse for wear for the side of Gear Group.
Yeah, the Capcan trap coming in huge. Actually dealing a considerable amount of damage. But Physics has actually been doing well as well, and on the Capcan himself. But with Thunderbird in play, Geordie's going to be able to heal himself back up to good HP. So, utility-wise on the defense, putting in the work. with both the heals and the nitros. Unfortunately, none connecting just yet. Physics, the last one available, but the damage dealt through the drone hole, I mean, it is such a great prospect to see positioning working for Spheres in this situation and Get a Grip not much left to work with in the given situation.
Yeah, no. Luckily for them, only the one nitro cell remaining in the hands of Physics right now. The overstim in play for Geordie. Look at that, just more chip damage. Karma and Owen, they've got one. Well, they had one adrenal surge. Karma is going to use that to get back up, but he's in the line of sight of Geordie anyway. Owen, not really much you can do here in the final 30, and he's just going to walk straight into Geordie, who's covering that angle, locks it down. And Circular Spheres, they make the most of the situation they were in, and they take a round on AVG.
Absolutely fragging Geordie in that round. Sort of doing everything. A little bit of a roam, some healing here and there, crossfires, covering his teammates, really just putting in the whole 9 yards for Spheres there. So good to see not only his utility paying off, but his mechanical skills as well. And ultimately, culmination of all aforementioned things leads to a Circular Spheres dub in round number 7. So going forward into round number 8, obviously we'd expect to see some minor changes from the sides of Get a Grip. I mean, they had a very good start to that round. They had some great entry picks from Drift on the Lion. They were doing a lot of damage. They had a lot of control as well, Panda. They cleared a lot of that early utility with what they had available at the time. But then Spheres just got aggressive, like they do, cleaned up the round, found the picks they needed, played for the post plant, and didn't get too aggressive. And that is something that Spheres are amazing at. They find opening picks, they find opening damage, and then they play passively in the remainder of the round and lock it out just on mechanical skill, just on positioning. And it's a spectacle to watch unfold. I mean, they do it perfectly most rounds they get the chance, unless they are thwarted in the first 30 seconds or so. So, you know, in saying that, Get a Grip, maybe expecting to make some changes after that, because Spheres, if they're allowed to just keep doing that style of siege that they so well employ, could make this quick one.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of reasons to be concerned. Get a Grip now on the attack, which, I mean, I feel it was a reasonably even contestation. Now, again, it's starting to slip more back into the defender side of it. It was always there, but again, the gap is just widening that little bit week after week in Pro League. First scan out from the EE1D, and you can see Get a Grip looking to push on in, but Crimstar finds the opener. He might even find more. He's going to go round and out. He finds 1, 2, and almost a third. And that is not an opportunity that should have been presented. Luckily, they've got Karma in tow, and he finds 1 back at least.
That's huge from Crim. Massive damage. And that is going to pay massive bonuses. But unfortunately, once more, Physics picking the right time to get aggressive. He does it so well. Absolutely clean with it. Walks up, finds the Thinker, so the heal's now gone. Make it another, finishing off what's left of River. And I mean, just what Circular Spheres are bringing, not only utility-wise, but the times that they get aggressive, the information that they must have, and the reliance on one another to find these kills in these 1v1 situations is just concrete, solid. There is full trust in what's going on right now.
Not to mention, it helps when you've got the diffuser control as well. So they can just burn this. They are quite comfortable, just hold angles. They don't need to force anything. Drift cops a massive chunk of damage to the shoulder, courtesy of Geordie with that spear, and he's just going to catch a couple more shots. Drift, I mean, almost, you just go to the roof at this stage. Go sit on the roof, use it as an unofficial tactical timeout, talk with the team, because you're about to be down 5-3.
Yeah, a bit of a... Yeah, there we go. Timeout requested by Get a Grip. So, expected, required, and arguably needed. I mean, Circular Spheres, they're getting into the flow of it. They're starting to find that lead that we expect to see from them earlier in their matchups, given what we've seen from in previous playdays. But Panda, what we just saw in that round was good from both teams.
The old joke returning.
The controller's out in force. But yeah, arguably it was required by Get a Grip. They need to have this chat. They need to figure out what's going wrong, because it's only 2 rounds difference. But 2 rounds turns into 3, 3 rounds turns into 4, and ultimately then, you know, it's too late. You've lost. So taking this time out now, figure out what's going wrong, make the changes required, get back into it, clear-headed, start winning some rounds. It's what they need. That's what they're doing. And yeah, hopefully that can reset them into making some plays to at least equalize here before Spheres can make the break for the dub.
I mean, it's the thing. Neither of these teams wants this map to go to overtime. If they are to win it, of course, they want that win in regulation because that puts them securely in first, obviously. But if it's just that overtime victory, there's a single point that will separate them going into next week, of course. So you want it clean, you want it in regulation, you want to be comfortably ahead. Unfortunately, that may not be the case here. Get a grip. I mean, I think it's quite obvious. It definitely doesn't feel like they are playing their usual style of Siege. Something is different.
We do have to sort of beg the question that having Karma come into the roster, yes, he's top fragging right now, but having that roster swap does then bring conformational changes. I mean, you know, you've got different chemistry. You know, maybe Karma hasn't been playing as long as the previous sort of 5th core member. You know, obviously we don't know how long these.
I mean, Face Cream together, but has been a core for this team since it started.
Exactly. We don't know how long Karma has been scrimming with said team, but even in saying that, it's a new variable that Get a Grip are definitely not used to running with on game day. And that could be showing. Well, yes, Karma is having a really good showing for himself, 8 and 6 at the top of the leaderboard, but Get a Grip, it's not necessarily converting that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's also worth remembering, you know, Face Cream brought sort of that level-headedness to the roster. River taken out by Ornami, followed up with a kill on a Karma, and all of a sudden it's coming apart. Seems 4 in a row, just an absolute flurry, and it's Jin alone, and we're not even past the first minute mark. They're jumping on from Jin. I mean, he's got utility to clear, he's got so much information to give away. The dash around the corner from Ornami's going to cost him his life, but Jordy already lining up the pre-fire. And well, look, it's crumbling. It's coming apart. Oh, that was okay. That was very sharp, Jordy. I mean, it's worth remembering. Former member of Exto Gaming before they made that leap up to the Nationals. But I mean, Get a Grip, clearly losing grip.
My Jordy. If that's not on Twitter later, I don't know what should be, because that was filthy. That's like one of those shots that you shouldn't hit, but you do, and it's insane when you hit them. But either or, what a way to find a match point. The tact was clearly not really having much effect, unfortunately, for Get a Grip. Or at least in that round. It could definitely come into effect this round, but given that Spheres have already found themselves on match point, look, it's going to be difficult. It's going to come down to a lot of resilience. It's going to come down to no mistakes and a huge sort of surge of drive from Get a Grip if they want to walk away with a chance at overtime here, because Spheres have been allowed to build that momentum up. They're getting into the flow of it. I mean, Jordy is 12 and 3 right now. Like, they just can't shut him down. They just cannot shut him down whatsoever. And he is putting in the work for Spheres right now. It's not even just utility, not even positions. It is just mechanics checks at this point. And Spheres are coming out on top 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think even with the possibility of overtime, I think we do have our answer. The front runner for this competition in terms of promotion is the OCN. Goo finds the first. Jackal off the board immediately. Massive kill there, and you can see all of a sudden Get a Grip are just floundering, scrambling, not quite sure what to make of what's just happened or where to even consider pushing into the building. But yeah, Owen as well, he's just crippling amount of damage there to follow it up. I think we have our answer. We know who is now the front runner for this competition. It is quite clearly Circular Spheres.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they've been playing from get-go. They locked in second last stage, and there is a very good reason why they were gunning for first in this stage, given that the only team that could really stop them was Kraken. And right now, at the moment, the team currently in second does not look like they're able to deal any damage right now. I mean, the play, the interplay, the chemistry, it's all there. Spheres are just cleaning up shop as everything starts to cascade into effect. And in saying that, okay, Drift, a 1v2 is very winnable.
Pops the last scan just to give himself some breathing room to relocate. They should know. They should just know the stuns as well, going to give away the game. The swing, Geordie takes some big damage. Luckily, of course, he is a Thunderbird and there is a smoke in play, so he should be able to find those Kona stations.
Gotta reload.
But, I mean, what an immense pressure on the shoulders of Drifts right now to be the one thing that might just bring the team back into position to contest this. I'd hate to be him right now.
Yeah, I definitely would not be enjoying myself in the current situation, Panda, but I mean, Crim's trying to go for the style points. He wants the Geordie clip, but Drift is taking his time, and so he should be in the situation that he finds himself in. I mean, a lot is riding on this right now, but it looks like they may have lost focus of where Drift actually is. Geordie walks away, and he's allowed to make it in and retrieve the diffuser in study.
Does he have any idea where he just needs to isolate one of these gunfights? Can he do it? The swing in the door almost rips the head. If he can force Geordie out into the open, this becomes much more manageable. Unfortunately, he's got 0 utility, 0 scans. He's just going to have to heads-on gunfight it. Back shown, and it will be Circular Spheres locked in regulation. They claim their divine right is the second place team from stage 1. They are locked in for first. And I would imagine they are just going to coast it to the end of the stage, Proto. They are looking solid.
Solid indeed. That game was a testament as to why this is the top-rated team so far in this stage of the Challenger League. They deserve it in every step. I mean, they are clinical. They're showing it every Playday, and it only gets better from here on out. Panda, what a showing tonight from Circular Spheres. What a way to secure your first place.
I mean, just cannot be understated. Geordie and his impact on the match. I mean, you got to remember it was moved to sub for Exto Gaming back in, I think it was almost stage 2 of last year. And, you know, being relegated to that position and not being able to join the boys up in the Nationals and then finding his own home here at the start of the year and finding himself here, Cthulhu. I mean, you love the redemption story.
Oh yeah, the redemption storyline is big here, and honestly, I gotta say, look, we've talked about, you know, Circular Spheres by the end of the last year that they could be the big runners-up once Kraken do depart into OCN, and look, honestly, they are keeping it as stable as one can be. That was an absolutely stunner of a performance.
And yeah, look, Proto, we've spent all this time hyping Get a Grip up, and then they come and take in their biggest rivals of the stage, and they only just cracked 3. I mean, we expected more.
We did. I mean, we do have to highlight that on his debut, Karma did perform really, really well. As a solo effort, kills-wise, he was putting numbers on the boards for Get a Grip, but it just wasn't enough. There just was not enough from the rest of the boys, unfortunately, to crack that 3-round mark, and they look close. They look like they could have definitely taken it to a higher scoreline than that, but I just think that it might be a little bit too fresh. Maybe something's going on elsewhere, but unfortunately tonight just wasn't their night.
Guys, I can hear the logins pumping. Let's get to the Jets. Let's get Goofed in here. Aviators and all. It's time for a chat and an interview. Goofed locked in for first. You guys are looking clear. How's it feel? Big match for you guys today.
Oh, it feels amazing. I was really happy how we performed. Well done to Antics. Yeah, we thought it was a really good game. God, yeah, it could have been a very close game, but yeah, well done to them and us.
Yeah, look, yeah, absolutely. No, you guys absolutely smashed it out the park. But look, I mean, going into this one, obviously the big storyline was the fact that between you guys and Get a Grip LFO, you two were battling it all out for the first place. Now that you've theoretically locked yourself in, bar anything that could go horribly wrong for you guys, any other team that could be, you know, on the horizon for you guys that could pose a bit of a threat, or from here on out just cruise it all out, lock in that first place, and just go into the promo?
We don't count any team out. We'll take it how they come. So NTE, Dynasty, and AE, all of them good competitors. We'll take it one by one. But yeah, the stronger one, probably Dynasty, AE. They're all strong in their own ways. So we'll have to switch up how we play. But yeah, we're not gonna sit back for any of these teams. We're prepping well. Make sure for that game we prepped well. Made sure that we were able to come with our best. And yeah, no team is going unnoticed here. All 3 teams are going to be full steam ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, you've done a lot of prep work tonight. You guys looked solid. Were you expecting that one to be a lot longer than it was? Because yes, 7-3 was breezy, but you guys definitely looked like you were locking in for the long game, sort of towards the middle of that one.
Yeah, we definitely thought it was going to be a close game. As I said last week, we were hoping for a really close one. Yeah, we played better than probably most people were thinking, but yeah. We did prep, we scrimmed 3 times every day up to the game, so we were ready. We put in the work, so yeah, we did well. Yeah, we thought it would be a bit closer, but yeah, we're happy that with the scoreline, keeping it 7-3.
Look, I have to ask. We did pose that query. Has this been a coup? Have you taken Japer's team from him, or is he biding his time for when he's truly needed?
Look, he's been biding his time. I believe he's back next week. But yeah, we've taken the team from him. We're proving that we can come out with some W's even against the top teams without him. So yeah, we're looking. Hopefully, other teams here are just pretty strong without probably our top player. So yeah, looking strong without him.
Look, it makes sense. Rest the big boy before your home stretch. Make sure you got the energy in the pocket. But look, Goot, it's always a pleasure to have you in the interview booth. Anyone you'd like to shout out before we let you head off?
Yep, of course. Obviously, shout out to the Antic boys. Put up a great match. They probably were hoping to do a bit better, but obviously we're happy with the outcome. Shout out to Karma. Obviously his debut, he played quite well. He was probably hoping to drop some more kills and take him a bit further, but I think he went 8-8. That's not too bad for a debut game. Shout out to the team, the boys. Huge performance. Very happy with them, especially Geordie going massive. Filling the shoes of Japer the Beast Mercer. So yeah, Geordie the Beast Mercer now, or Geordie the Beast. Yeah. Shout out to everyone else on today, the casters obviously. Yeah, good game. We're very happy with our performance.
Look, mate, we'll let you head off. We'll let you get a bit of a rest up. Obviously, still got some big matches to play this stage. Gentlemen, it's been a hell of a night. We've crossed the halfway mark of the stage as well. We're in that home stretch. 1 match to go. Proto, I mean, today has been an interesting day.
Yeah, it has held some interesting fruit, Panda. I mean, games that maybe shouldn't have gone on as long as they did went on as long as they did, and you come into the top 2 teams battling it out for first place, both tied up, and then it's a 7-3. So, I mean, interesting prospects still to come. Obviously, 1 game left for the night, and could still be another interesting one to add to the scorecard.
Yeah, you're not wrong. 3 matches done. 2 teams waiting in the wings to get the final match of the day underway. Cthulhu, we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, you and we get to take on Altered Edge versus the Big Dogs. We'll be back soon.
Turn up, I wanna feel the bass in my bones. We taking over from your head to your toes. So take a picture, yeah, I'm striking a pose where I'm
true. For all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you.
Well, with 3 matches done, 1 remaining, we jump from top of the leaderboard to, well, we head down towards the ground level. Proto coming into this matchup. This is a bit of a battle to escape that bottom of the leaderboard. Altered Edge, unfortunately, not being able to put pen to paper and find results. And Big Dogs, I mean, more bark than bite, it seems, this stage.
Yeah, Big Dogs have unfortunately not been having. They've been doing a lot better than Altered Edge have, but we say that tonight we see the iteration of Faulty for Core finally coming to fruition. He makes his first debut in the Challenger League for the roster since their introduction. There he is on the bottom right, hoping to go huge for AE tonight. So this could be the difference that they need coming into this matchup, Panda.
And obviously Cthulhu, we see a familiar face on the lineup for the Big Dogs. It looks like Boff might be taking to the battlefield tonight. You haven't seen much of him, you know, since moving towards the support staff, as it were, for this roster. Obviously, Mackenzie back at it again. I mean, you go from... He sort of bounced his way around the scene, but you just want to find somewhere that sticks for him.
Yeah, for Mackenzie, it's definitely been a bit of an odd one, given that he is quite a gifted player himself, whether it's mechanically, whether it's game sense. And for what it's worth, his run as part of LF4 was relatively still quite formidable. So, honestly, yeah, one would hope that finally he found his home. I nearly said his house, but the house that they are going to be all storming is going to be Bank. Honestly, look, I don't mind this. I don't hate this pick, purely for the fact that I believe this is actually going to be the first time for us to watch this map to be played on both ends.
All I can say is thank God the alternative was Clubhouse. And look, I'm going to be real. I'm done with it. The boring ANZ trio. Get Clubhouse, Oregon, and Villa out of here. I want something interesting. We're going to get that in Bank. So I'm excited to see what these teams are bringing. But I mean, Proto, this, like we said, it is ground floor on the leaderboard. We'll put it that way. It's a bit nicer than what we could say. But I mean, it's also one of the newer maps in the comp. Is this something that maybe Altered Edge can utilize to get on the leaderboard?
I don't know. I mean, we look at Bank as a map as a whole, and for the Big Dogs of old, this was arguably one of their best maps. Whether or not that translates forward into the Big Dogs of current, a completely different question. But if Altered Edge have done their homework, looked at how it was played previously, and then hopefully watched the previous playdays, maybe devised some specific strategies, definitely could do some damage. Obviously bringing Faulty along, I know I hype Faulty up, but the man is a gunner. You put him in a position, he will find kills consistently. I mean, top of the leaderboard pretty much for every game in the qualifier. Single-handedly, I would argue, securing them their spot in the Challenger League. I mean, he put the team on his back and put the work in. So I'm expecting big things from him tonight. Now that I've said it, we may not see that. But given that he is now on Altered Edge for this game, Big Dogs, you're going to have to do something pretty spectacular because Faulty's out.
Yeah, look, Cthulhu, I think the only way to put it, from Tibetan Mastiff down to Shih Tzu, Big Dogs are not the Big Dogs of old. They are more bark than bite at the moment. This is a team who consistently, over 3 stages last year, finished third, made it into that Promo Relos tournament, unfortunately couldn't get there, but then have had players now go on and play in the Nationals. I mean, where does the bleeding stop?
So look, at this point, I think the bleeding might not stop, really, with the way how things have been going. I mean, you compare the Big Dogs from the end of 2021 to Big Dogs now, technically only a singular member of that roster is still sticking around, and that is Boff. And even he has been more so kind of acting as kind of, I guess, the coach for the team slash, I guess, the mentor Whereas the rest of the team, I mean, that has been kind of the storyline back in Stage 1 when they were known as Warriors. The identity crisis. Same here. It seems like whilst the moment we thought that they finally found that very said identity, it's been completely discarded. And to kind of figure out what's actually going on is, well, really a number of things, really. Almost far too many to really count. And look, if today is a full core lineup without any subs, then yeah, we might see some actual good bite from big dogs. If it is with subs, then yeah, problems are going to be compounding in a similar way how last Playday was there for them.
Well, Proto, before we let you head off, give us your final thoughts. What do you make of Bang with these two teams? How does this play out?
I'm going to be outrageous, and I'm going to throw an 8-6 to Altered Edge out in the wind. So I'm going to leave that with you, and I'm going to disappear.
Calling the first win for Altered Edge this stage since joining the Oceanic Challenger League Cthulhu. And I mean, look, the scary prospect, of course, that is consistently lurking in the background. OCS, end of the stage. The loser of this likely to be relegated to bottom of the table for the rest of the stage. And wildcard, the OCS winners from stage 1 currently in first would be their opponents.
Yeah, look. Not the best setup, but gotta say, going into this one, I suppose gotta start winning somewhere. With big dogs currently looking a little bit almost crippled, I suppose gotta take that opportunity where you can. Nook and Thatcher to be banned out is a duo that, look, I'm a little bit curious. Let's probably call it that. I'm curious about the fact how much more thoroughly this ban started to come around. The hidden, or rather the stealthy operator getting the sheer amount of just bans is definitely starting to show that a whole lot more intricacy starting to be introduced. Obviously, given that a lot of changes with the sound engine as well coming around, it does, to a certain degree, does help Nook. But Valkyrie and Cade to ban it all out doesn't really differ the usual ban phase. So apart from Nook, everything else is looking relatively stock standard. Whether it's foreshadowing the kind of standardized way for both of those teams to play, that's on a whole different level, because we already see the Ying to be brought out on the side of Hamio as well.
Yeah, I mean, what, Mira, Azami left in play on the side of the attack. You're looking the likes of your Jackal, Sens as well. Yes, they are in play, but the likelihood of us seeing them played is, again, low. About as low as the leaderboard standings at the moment. But that is going to change after this matchup, of course. One person will rocket themselves away, and one, unfortunately, will remain. Right now, though, CEO upstairs all ready to kick things off, Cthulhu, and we are seeing, as you would expect, standard picks across the board.
Yeah. Apart from the 0 on the attack, yeah, everything else looks relatively simple in the approach. Defense, definitely, very much so. They just wanting to make sure that they just nail their plays. I'm definitely liking the idea of bringing in a castle as well, especially for the top floor. It does sort of allow a little bit more, I guess, a little bit more flexibility in their play is probably what I'm looking for, the word that I'm aiming around. But the general kind of sense of the push is going to be basically based around just how well can they hold their play. Double LMGs, 2 5.56 XIs, plus the Zero's assault rifle. Everything else is looking as standardized as one can be.
Uniform, some would say. Malachi has the Talon Shield on the window, looking to contest some of those long angles on the rappel. Voon in down below, but you look at it on the side of the big dogs, they've already got Shont looking to try and upset any of that nonsense down below with the nades. So it's going to be a tougher time. Boff there as well. Boff caught out by Cloudfollow, who walks out. ATMs only to die to Shont. What a trade.
All right. Oh. That's one hell of a way to really do it. But right now, this is starting to look a little bit dicey. Let's call it that. because with the way how things been slowly unraveling, with Kaz gone, Claude Fuller as well to be traded out, that's oh yo 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 yo. I was about to say that was quite a hefty impact to AE's lineup of the utility, but it doesn't seem to have bothered Voon at all. The resident LMG user will be making his return. Mackenzie, though, he will be promoted back to the spectator screen, it seems, soon.
Unfortunately, stuck in the ground, getting into Janitor is going to be a tough enough time as it is. I don't have any way to confirm him, though, so Culture might just be able to sneak in, and yeah, they should be good for the pickup, which means Toxic Canisters, 3 of which are still remaining in play. Fakers looking to contest out towards that square mezzanine position. They want to be able to try and deny the push on spots the Talon Shield. Unfortunately, there's next to nothing they can do on this Culture. All Fakers gets involved.
Yeah, Fakers will need to do a whole lot of work. Him and Culture. Culture has been a very frequent appearance on the kill feed. That is, with him fragging out, but unfortunately for Malachi, he won't be able to shut down the legend of Culture King. Up next is going to be Voon, and at the moment the issue for Altered Edge is the fact that they are almost pushing all just by themselves. Culture looking to go wide, but a little bit maybe too wide. Instead, it's Mackenzie re-picked back up and able to get basically a down scot-free.
He was watching the angle too, which is, I mean, it's interesting that Mackenzie was able to get in and find that kill at such low health. Fakers very much alone on the side. Has the Toxic Canisters from Mackenzie to try and assist to, I mean, look at him. He's picked up that shield position faulty. Look to charge in. No, sorry, it wasn't the shield. He was playing for the hatch, looking to get himself down below. Fakers misses the opportunity with too many heads presented, but there's a second left. Someone needs to get the diffuser down.
What?
They've only just got, what? That must have been a bug, but it looked like the diffuser wasn't down. They do win it on the kills.
No, one was planting. One was planting.
It was, look, it is what it is. I couldn't see it on my screen. There was no UI to show that it was planting. Yeah, okay, there we go. Confirmation. Yeah. It was going down. It's not me. But Altered Edge, they do find the first round.
Well then, that was quite a interesting.
Siege likes to keep us on our toes.
It sure does. It sure does. But look, yeah, a good early start for Altered Edge. That certainly bring a whole lot of promises. Now, you know, we've talked at the beginning of tonight's Playday, Panda, how Chalet basically being the only map, well, most of it, to be attacker-sided. Going into this one, do we start the talk about possibly Bank becoming one, or is it more so just on the fact just how much of a bag fumble it has to be on the defense to let the attack win here?
Yeah, look, it is one of those things that can be quite hard to break down in any meaningful way, given, you know, there is a disparity between OCL and OCN, and then OCN and APAC South. So just because it reads one way here at OCL does not speak for the rest of the competition in the region, of course. I mean, we saw every single map last year, Stage 3 was defender-sided, when that was far from the case elsewhere.
Yeah. It's been definitely a rather weird dynamic, but OCL is a wild ride for all we know, Panda. And giveth and taketh. For some it's the wins, for the others it's the understanding of just general siege sometimes. Completely flips it on its head. But right now, very much of a combo for the Storm. I say that Kaz, oh, perfect lineup onto Voon, completely shuts it all down. Surprised that he was even allowed to hold that position, because generally speaking, anyone else would completely doink him.
Guys, where is he? He's bottom of square stairs. What do you mean he's bottom of square stairs? Who holds that? Well, he got the kill, and they found a second as well. And all of a sudden, Cthulhu 2, your biggest pieces of utility are, well, unfortunately relegated to drone duty. Finker and Ying off the board, and Faulty crouch walking his way down the stairs. Wants to try and find something. Boff is relocated to another angle that he's looking to find some impact. And unfortunately, Cloudfella has his number and will frag him out.
Ay. This will protect us. Spooky times right now for Altered Edge, as they're just being picked apart little by little. With Hamio and Voon, that's your two LMG players. They usually be the ones to spearhead the push. Maybe at least this time it'll make things a little bit more spicy, given that now it's actually interesting guns to, you know, play around and not just the left click holders. to be the one to push, but in a 3v4, it's a workable situation. But for Altered Edge, obviously they would want each and every possible advantage that could be given, but Mackenzie, oh, that is such a perfect setup right now to be able to possibly swing as well in this kind of close situation, and having the ability to fall back off the back of the Goyo shield. This is perfect.
Oh no, Malachi, he had no option there. He overstepped his mark on the stairs and was either forced to inhale the toxic gas or catch a shotgun to the knee, unfortunately. And, well, that's exactly why Mackenzie was holding that position. He's also got the Vulcan det pack at the bottom of the stairs. More toxic canisters to come. One in pocket to hold at that position. He's got culture and support watching the hatch. This is not ideal for Altered Edge. They started in that first round so well. Faulty had the opening there on the Mackenzie. He just gets a bit of chip damage. Cloud will drop down, find a kill on the shot, looking for more, but what can he do when he's isolated and knowing nothing, unfortunately, and Big Dogs will answer back with their own round.
Well, that was an interesting one to watch unveil, but look, at least Big Dog's able to bite back. Is definitely making things a whole lot more interesting, a whole lot spicier. And when I say spicy, just more so meaning that it's a much closer matchup, and keeping it early certainly going to be good here. Now, a little bit of a question mark as to how does that allow to happen, really, because, you know, let's start off with the fact that Kaz, aka Both, was allowed to play at the bottom of the eastern stairs, which in its own entirety already has been a bit of a weird venture, and he somehow just was allowed to do that basically scot-free. From there on, we go into the fact that lose out on quite a number of utility. I mean, Voon and Hamio to go down basically scot-free doesn't particularly bode too well, and from there on they decide, oh yeah, let's just slowly, one by one, push the main stairs. At which point do they, you know, figure out that, okay, look, what was, you know, a viable strat back in, say, Evo, back in even in Ranked, at which point it doesn't really bode too well. And I don't mean for it to sound as harsh as it does, it's just more so, where do we see kind of that maturity for Altered Edge in a similar way how we've seen maturity for, you know, Nutty Gaming when they played against Kings early on today.
Well, I mean, it's the unfortunate, nature of competition. You either get with the program or you get the hell out.
True.
Unfortunately, there is just no, I suppose, easing up for the uninitiated or the unprepared. You either, like I said, get with the program, or you find yourself in a position where you either get to disband or be knocked out of the competition entirely. So, Altered Edge, I mean, we did talk about this. They do the prep work. They get themselves in the heads of their opponents and try to win out that way. But in OCL, for the most part, it has always been a case of play your own game, play it comfortably, and play it to the best of your abilities.
Yeah. And we've seen quite a number of rosters as well go through that, quote-unquote, maturity phase quite quickly. And in a very, you know, very shocking almost way, but in a good way shocking, where they're able to, you know, go from losing out one Playday to, in a complete heartbreak way, to being able to absolutely floor their opponents. And so, going into this one, this is one of those matchups that it's still going to be a very difficult one. By no means should we discredit Big Dogs, as they can still bite back. Obviously, yes, their general performance has been a little bit lackluster, but they could still absolutely annihilate their opposition. Now, for Altered Edge, this is the time for them to prove themselves, because they've shown us a decent showcase on a number of times, but for the majority of it, the highest scoreline that they've got was 4-7 against ex-Antic roster.
Yeah, well, they find two early picks, Shot and Culture. Now gone, unfortunately. Luckily, Boff there to answer one back, but they're already encroaching upon the site, which is a big problem that needs to be dealt with. Faulty. Exothermic onto the wall, the impact trick prepped and ready, will be successful on the first attempt. Faulty, he's got one more, but so does Boff and Fakers when it comes to that impact.
Sure is. This is right now, could be getting a whole lot closer than one would have wanted. 34 seconds, the push will need to come very quickly. AE, whilst they do have the numbers advantage, they don't have the positional advantage, and this sheer hunker down setup is huge. Fakers, though, pre-fired out of existence. is in a good shape right now. 4v1, Plant needs to be as clinical as one can be, and the push needs to be very solid. Mackenzie has the flank, could shut down this and play for time. With the Plant starting to go down here, this is looking rather bleak.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's looking, just millimeters of finding the opening. Red pings are coming through. Unfortunately, that's all that is going to happen. He's going to have to find some avenue. I mean, technically a 1 versus 4. It's not impossible with 30 seconds remaining, but with an SMG-11, it becomes that much harder. And with now, believe it or not, with the hard breach not being opened up into the site itself, it actually makes it even harder still. Shotgun's good for 1. That's Hamyo to fall. 17 seconds now. Reload through for Mackenzie. He's got to force onto the site here. He has no other option. He's not going to have the time. Unfortunately here, Cthulhu, he's just playing it too slow. And the big dogs, well, they miss out on another opportunity here.
Absolutely. At least, look, a little bit of a stat padding can be done here. And Mackenzie does actually manage to push this to a 1v1, but with just about a second left. So, look, it was still a decent approach, decent effort by Big Dogs, but effort is all good and pretty, but it doesn't really score you the rounds. And so with Altered Edge being able to score their second round, they continue that sort of trade of the rounds, but they're the ones leading that sort of trade. So it certainly poses a bit of a question as to at which point do we see that sort of breakaway round happen? At which point does the 1 round differential becomes 2 rounds, then 3 rounds, and so on and so further. So look, with the way how Big Dog's been kind of all over the place, I gotta be real. It is not looking particularly too promising here for them.
No, I am 100% there with you right now. This is, I mean, it's looking like Altered Edge's best shot at picking up their first victory this stage, whereas Big Dogs, I mean, what's the problem here? You've got 5 players in this team that are quite capable of showing up on game day, but unfortunately they just haven't been able to yet.
5 seconds left.
Yeah. And we've been talking quite a lot about this whole, potential and the ability to transfer their sort of skill. Their
also worth
potential,
remembering, they beat
knowledge.
Dynasty in Playday 1, so...
That's true. But yeah, as well, that has been also a big point as well, even back in the in stage 1. It's the fact that a number of teams, they don't have that sort of fully set 5-man core roster. Because with, oh my god, we just, Fakers just pulled a run out and then died to a claymore. My lord, that is disgusting.
I feel bad for Pokey, dude. Like, he had no way of knowing that was coming. And unfortunately, he missed 3 kills in the first 45 seconds.
Basically, the point that I was making is that the fact that for the teams that can't really fully lock in the full roster, that sort of continuous variation of those core rosters is a problem to deal with, and in no shape and form you can expect them to perform at their fullest. So same goes here for Big Dogs. They have been varying it for quite a while, and Boff, I mean, he's been, in the talks of possibly, being that sort of sub for the team, but unfortunately things didn't particularly align, and well, here they are. Boff still plays. Unfortunately, with the Officer Ling, things didn't particularly go as promising as even he was stated back on the social media. So, it's just unfortunately back to finding their own identity.
Yeah, it is a bit of a battle along the way. Again, more aggression onto Faulty from the stairs. Kaz, Boff, he's loving that position. Almost takes himself a kill there, but Food, he's still got 3 adrenal surges here to work. He's not going to commit any of them. The dual swing onto the main stairs. They know where this player is. Sean doesn't decide to chase it. I think it's a smart play.
Absolutely does. Would be possibly the play. Not really. Don't go chasing any further. I hope that is kind of the way about it, the way to go. Already Faulty does get the better of Kaz as well, equaling up the players count. And Cloudfuller as well gets to stick around a little bit longer, courtesy of Mackenzie unfortunately whiffing his shots and then dying to yet another claymore. So For now, Altered Edge actually, well, I was just about to say they are looking to possibly shut it down, but now it's definitely looking very much promising. Culture is the only person that is left. He should be able to pick Shont back up, but the plan should be down by then, before they even start re-swinging again. And at this point, AE need to find their own momentum. Come on, 10 seconds remaining, plan needs to get going.
Boone is already there, looking towards the stock wall. Culture missing just that vital headshot that was needed. Culture in trouble. Luckily has Shont there to open up onto Boone, puts it down to the 2 versus 2. But it is still in a post-plant situation, unless Culture can make something magic happen with these impacts. Unless they can just find some miracle headshots out of nowhere. I think this might just be the end of the dash right now. Culture, yeah, spotted. Cloud holding the long angle needed. Faulty finds the closer as well. Altered Edge, well and truly in charge of Bank right now.
Absolutely are. Altered Edge definitely now feeling quite clean on that performance, on that play, and definitely doing absolute work here, really, with the overall turnout. Definitely faulty for core was very much valid as well. Big point to really make note of. So it definitely
much to the tribulation
much to
of the community. Honestly, I was waiting for them to shut up about it. Now we're here, they can. I don't know what the heck was going on with that drone there a moment ago. We saw an outline, but it was orange, and it was just going every which way across the map. Now that that's sorted, we can get the round underway. And you look at the setup for the big dogs. They are looking to go back down to the basement. They bring the Thunderbird in for Boff. They're going to play largely the same setup. I mean, this is where they did find some success previously.
Absolutely. I mean, big dogs at least gotta keep up with maybe a two-pointer for themselves. Ideally, obviously, to get a 3-3 scoreline here to be able to find some sort of a redemption. But in a way, how things have been going for them, it's a little bit of a questionable turnout. Maybe we'll see, you know, Culture. Maybe we'll see Mackenzie pop off, Fakers as well. Knowing that, you know, Boff, Shont, and Culture been terrorizing ANZ Casual as of lately. One would expect them to be quite sharp on the play, but I suppose in comparison between Cash and Altered Edge, things do vary quite a fair bit.
Yeah, I mean, Altered Edge, look, they have absolutely nothing to lose in this competition. First stage in, any win is going to be a victory for them. Honestly, it's just, again, it's that experience building. They get the opportunity to play here in CL week after week. They then get the opportunity to go and play in OCS against the Nationals teams. And with the way the leaderboard is, Apex South teams technically. I mean, even if it is, you know, first round situation, it's still huge experience.
Absolutely, yeah. Altered Edge, you definitely are. You are making a really good point, Panda. Not a whole lot to lose or everything to gain, and well, maybe this time it will be finally the dub gains that will be procured. Kaz, aka Boff, trying to find his own play cornered here between himself and between Voon and I believe that was Cloudfuller, but Voon decides to completely go on a side quest against Shont and get shut down. Kaz attempting to get some sort of traction going, but against Hamio's LMG, not a whole lot of play can be really organized, and timings of the essence. Candela in. Is it enough to actually blind the Thunderbird just about enough for the push?
Well, Hamio, yeah, gets him in, gets the kill onto Boff, brings it back to 4 versus 4. Not the end of the world for the big dogs. Already, you know, cone stations down and all. It's just a gun off the board, but losing Shot, that's a little bit bigger given his impact so far in the map for this team. Going to the final 50, a 4 versus 3. Altered Edge could just win this off playing the numbers game.
Could certainly see that happen. Rather wouldn't call it just yet. 40 seconds remaining. AE still very much have the ground to fumble it. Fakers has a phenomenally long angle straight from the garage to completely shut down any push through that breach. And it would require quite a fair bit of that smoke play, maybe even, to try to make it work. Still, an attempt to make a plan to start happening. Cloudfuller holding the position. No adjustment to the aim, so the plant is actually going to be all scot-free. The Candelas are coming in big. Cloudful are gone. But in the 3v3 post plan, this is very much workable in favor of the attack all of a sudden.
Cloud sticking it out, gets the diffuser down, putting his body on the line. Fakers as well, taking some big damage. Culture rotating up, but he's found by Faulty. Knows that there's another courtesy. The shots and absolutely slams. Fakers on the hunt. It's down to Mackenzie in the 1 versus 3 to try and clutch up here, Cthulhu. We're staring down the barrel, minimum 4-1.5 at the moment. 4-2 rather, and well, Faulty knows that he can play the safe game, doesn't have to commit. Hamio there in support. Minimum of 4-2, but likely a 5-1 with this pacing, Cthulhu.
Jeez. Yeah, that is huge turnout so far. Definitely an impressive one, and certainly looks like today is the day for the freshly introduced teams to finally, you know, start popping up. 4-1 against Big Dogs. I don't think I was expecting this sort of scoreline, but definitely very much pleasantly surprised yet again, in similar way how Nutty Gaming were pushing themselves to give out as much punishment as possible to 1620 Kings. For Altered Edge, though, this seems like a much more leveled competition.
Well, I mean, the wild thing is, you got to remember, Cthulhu, in ANZ, the first decider and tiebreaker is obviously points. Second is head-to-head. If Altered Edge win this, not only do they leapfrog Big Dogs, but they leapfrog Nutty Gaming. They jump from 8th to 6th. Big Dog finds themselves in last place, and Nutty Gaming in 7th, which is huge.
Yeah, that would be quite an upsetting loss there for Big Dogs, and quite a downgrade even further. Questions of maybe even, you know, a complete reform of the roster, if not complete disbandment, could start creeping in as well, which is another topic to really ponder on about. So I have to wait and see if that is actually the case, because obviously there's still, you know, 3 more Playdays, and quite a lot of things could really change around in those 3 Playdays. To the point where even possibility of, you know, Circular Spheres to be able to fumble the bag. But again, they're in such position that the only person that, or rather the only team that could really, you know, pose any sort of threat towards their standing in the first place currently is, well, get a grip of LaFoe.
Yeah. But I mean, look, at this point, you're kind of locked out of that promo Relo spot. So you just play for whatever you can at this stage for these 2 teams. Shant prepped and ready with the Nitro Cellars, waiting for info in this staff and open area bomb site. And just look at the ground, look at the impact that Altered Edge are already having, and there's only a minute gone.
Yeah, definitely ramping up the momentum. Cloudful, a perfect catch off on Shant's rotation, and that is Goyo gone. So far, yeah, Altered Edge by every round, they just increase their momentum, their speed with the way how they're going about it, and it's definitely a very, very pleasant look as well. Certainly diamond in the rough, and we've been saying about this, or rather saying this about a number of teams, but for AE specifically, they are a team that, look, you put a little bit more effort into them, you put a little bit more into their coordination and their strats, they could be a top level team. Kaz, though, does get the better of Wounds, so it's not going to be at least a flawless run here for Altered Edge.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. The Oceanic Challenge League is where you start to, you know, turn the coal into diamonds. The pressure is applied. You start to get yourself ready, and then you look to make nationals and progress to the next level. It's about the impact, and well, unfortunately, just because you got the impact trick off does not mean you're safe. By any means, Cloud walks himself up, finds the back of the head, takes it out, and that Evil Eye providing some info, but far from what they need in this situation. You look at the positions. Altered Edge are in a great spot to make this push. Fake is taking even more chip damage right now. The E1D with 30 seconds remaining. They're moments away from making this push onto the site. You can see Malachi and Faulty just moments away from pushing. The ping's coming through. Melkai, the first to fall, brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Culture down below. Forsakes his long angle onto the hatch. This is where things start to get dicey. Spotted Fake is gone. Cloud, he's on for 3. Might even be on for the ace if he can get himself in. Jumps in. Mackenzie does find the down with Boone off the board early. It's a terrible spot. Mackenzie might just clutch this round up, and he does with the help of Culture. I think Mackenzie's been watching Sticks play.
Jeez, yeah, Mackenzie is just absolutely nuts right now. We've been talking about him specifically. He's a player that has had a phenomenal set of performances, whether just no matter on any sort of roster. He, as a solo player, has an impeccable amount of ability to just overturn so many rounds, and with that sort of play, Big Dogs at least get to keep themselves in a relatively still workable position. A 4-2, albeit that 4-2 only achieved on their defense, now leaves a window of opportunity. Only 2-round differential, which they could come back from, but on the attack, I'm not too sure what to even make of so far of Big Dogs' performance, because that last round 2 come out from a gargantuan effort of Mackenzie and Culture. Now on the to be played in tandem. Now on the attack, we might see a really dominating attack from them, but in the same vein, relying on just 2 players to make those big round turning plays is never a good idea.
I mean, the wild thing is, so you look at the numbers on the side of Big Dogs. You got Mackenzie 9 and 3. If you take Fakers, Sean, and Culture, in fact, you take Fakers, Boff, and Culture, you add their kills together, that's 9. So you take that, you take their kills, you then divide it by the number of players. That's still a 9-5 KD between 3 players. Compared to Mackenzie and his 9 and 3. That's not at all what you need to be putting into the server.
Not bad. Good size. Speaking of the size, Mackenzie, this time doning the big man ahead, or big man hat, is looking to go big with the LMG. And I mean, the LMG could be a rather solid one.
Bomb located by attackers.
Although, how well will that be received is a whole different question. Faulty playing around the janitor clause, a slightly different position that one usually would prefer to see, but Hamio is going big with that swing, expecting full-blown aggression, but Voon instead is the one to get the better of Mackenzie. That is the one of the 2 big star players completely out of the equation.
Buff quickly follows it up, and that is your Flores gone as well. That's a lot of opening now completely nullified. You don't have those Roteros to provide the openings into the side. Hamio looks for another and somehow gets himself away. Yes, not, he catches a couple of shots, but Boone steps up and finds the return. It's just crumbling right now for the Big Dogs.
Yeah, Big Dogs not really having a good, or rather a solid standing on their attack, it seems. Very disconnected so far. And begging for a question as to, well, what differently needs to be done. And the number of options really pop up here, Panda. Far too many things that need to be fixed up, to the point where maybe even to a certain degree a question of tilt could start, settling in, because, how many rounds or how many matches do you have to lose to start getting quite frustrated about the certain standing of things? And given that Big Dogs possibly could be at the bottom of the leaderboard by the end of this matchup, that puts even more of the weight on the whole situation, with at least the fact that it's not going to be a full-on flawless round. Is at least some sort of redemption for Big Dogs, but apart from that, what else can you say?
Hamio falls at Boone there, pushes it up and finds an answer back. Sean trades it once again, brings it to the 1 versus 1. But this is faulty for core. We're talking about shot tagged heavy. Looking for anything. The wall bang even knows who the player is, but that is diffuser control for Altered Edge. He's going to look to push, and Faulty very nearly gets fragged out there, but backs himself, having done the initial legwork in the damage department, closes it out 5-2 the scoreline.
Eish. Oh, Faulty, the star of the show at the moment within the whole matchup in its own entirety. His first outing as well into OCL. Finally gets to, you know, shine finally, and showcase why the whole general ruckus on the socials as well was generated about Faulty to core for a very valid reason. Courtesy of him, quite a number of rounds were turned in favor of Altered Edge and not fumbled in any shape or form. 5-2, matter of fact, scoreline that so far is looking to be one of the more dominating, bar the, obviously, the Spheres and the Get a Grip of the Foe matchup, which I'm still at a little bit of a confusion / shock, given just how much of a difference in the performance department it was between Spheres and Antic, but all the kudos to Circular Spheres.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the numbers though, so for Big Dogs to avoid bottom of the table, they need to make sure that it is overtime. That is it. Even at a 7-5 loss, they are technically tied with Nutty Gaming because the two teams don't play until Playday 7. So at this rate, Big Dogs are about to take a very, very quick drop of a very, very short diving board.
Yeah, look. Whilst we're all praising, you know, Altered Edge, definitely that sort of the newcomer into OCL certainly starting to finally shine. Big Dogs, kind of a bit of a saddening storyline, given that by the conclusion of Stage 1, it was a roster that was very much emanating that promise. It was a roster that could do just great amount of work, and in the fact that they were able to, you know, channel, you know, that sort of duel between what the hold up, can we get back to looking at that setup of the Azami? No, downstairs.
One level down, Pokedo. There we go. The dirt tunnel.
Hold up. What?
So you can only get drones through that, which means that you could, Faulty could just clear drones. I think and it also gives him that bit of extra breathing room. He could just comfortably sit on camps. He doesn't need to do a damn thing because he is covered.
I mean, yeah, that's a setup. That's good, and just like that, I already even lost complete the train of thought of what I was about to say, but it doesn't matter anymore. That one takes the cake off. We were talking about flexibility of Azami. This is the prime real estate.
It is going to be a vault drop, though. Fakers is already in down in the basement. Pops the det pack culture there as well. They are just charging in. Fakers already in the plant. It seems that Altered Edge have no clue what is going on right now. They've played 2 extended from the site. Boff is good for 2. And it is now on for the retake. It's Voon and Faulty to try and bring it back. And Fakers, if he gets isolated here, they might just be able to go to it for a defuse, given that there is no one there to support. Culture in towards gold, finds Faulty, and it is on Voon. Looking for the drop down elevators. Spots the elbow, takes out Mackenzie's got 2 more to find, and he's not got a heck of a lot of health to work with. Fakers. There's a dirty little angle there, and he's going to find the closer. Big Dogs, they read the play, they read the setup, and they take the round.
Just like that. Just like that. Big Dogs do manage to overturn a little bit, have a little bit more fun with the way how they've done it. Certainly Fakers with that rather explosive entry into the site definitely does make things a whole lot more interesting here, because Altered Edge, whilst yes, they were leading the charge, yes, they were at some point at a 5-2 scoreline, that slowly starts to get diminished. And whilst they're not even yet at the match point, can't really start celebrating just yet in the Altered Edge camp. Although, look, it's been already a phenomenal day for players like Faulty, like Cloudfuller, like Voon. All 3 players funneling up on 8 frags evenly. Malachi and Hammy are kind of left. Yeah, you know what? You can have a couple of, you know, side dishes here. We taking the mains for ourselves. And it's a good time. Like, look, in all honesty, I'm happy for that Altered Edge are finally starting to show their colors. It's a good time. It's might just, I'll even dare to say, the remainder of Stage 2 might just end up being AE season.
Look, I'm not saying that, you know, their colors are why they're winning. Blue, you know, great color. should always be the team that's winning, but
Attackers must locate
I know that I can be proven wrong. We'll see how it goes. There's still a couple of rounds to be played here. There's only 2 rounds separating the teams, of course. But Altered Edge, I mean, that last round arguably has to be an outlier. That's not what we've come to expect from this matchup.
Absolutely so. The quietness of the round, which almost feels deafening here, given the sheer amount of action that we've seen in the early stages. Big Dogs are looking to try to put a pressure starting from the bottom of the bottom of the building, bottom of the floor. Hold on, that doesn't make any sense. Culture has a really solid angle now. Faulty, if he plays it carefully, he might just be able to find a nice cheeky angle onto the Finca, but I say that Culture does get the better off the Maestro player. Sean does get taken up to a whole lot of HP, and that doesn't leave Altered Edge in a particularly favorable position. Malachi might just be able to have an angle, but Culture King has already a decent idea about the said presence of the FBI operator, but decides to actually for the better of it, so instead it's going to be Cloudful to try to make a play.
He spots one at the bottom of the stairs at the very least in Culture. What a headshot there. 5 versus 3 as we enter the halfway mark of round number 9. Culture not done just yet. He's still on the hunt, but you can look at it. Altered Edge, maybe again just getting a bit over-aggressive, overplaying things. And oh, Hamio, he does confirm it in the end, but Culture's good for a third. He's still got 1 Adrenal Surge remaining. Unfortunately, Malachi finds it before it can be put to use. 2 versus 3 is doable.
Very much so. Possibilities are certainly there. Kaz does get tagged up quite a fair bit, but Malachi's position now has been found. Swing, big push coming around in hopes of trying to find, but just could be absolutely shut down on that push. No, the gunfight is not particularly favorable, and pincered by Mackenzie and Kaz straight off the bat. It's all down to Hamio to try to make a play. Hamio nails a solid. He's sturdy with that aim. Falls back straight off the back, out of the sight, and now going in for the flank around.
He's going to come in from behind, but are they aware of it? Do they get the audio cue? There's a bit of a distance to cover. Hamio is just trying to bait it out. Spotted there by Sean. So no an entity right now. I believe that was... No, I thought it was the Nitro Cell that had been tossed out there. Not to be. Mackenzie tucked into the corner. Does Hamio know? Does Hamio have any idea? It looks like he might even go for the full rotate around. The pings to come. Might spot something. Does he? Knows that the pings are coming. Nitro deep. Is it deep enough? No, unfortunately. 20 seconds to make the play here. Has to hit his shot to the SMG-11. And at range 2 to boot through the wall. Shot takes some damage. The stuns. That might be enough to break the trend. Just keep the screen white. He's got to make the play. Aggressively swinging, and the utility is there to keep them in it. And now Cthulhu, a 5-4 locked in. Big Dogs might just withstand this.
All right. Big Dogs finally starting to get back on their feet. Finally looking like they just might be able to bring this back. And slight... what looks like a sigh of relief on the side of Sean, who's always as ever looks quiet but concentrated on the game and on his team. And it's been kind of a bit of a talk with the Big Dogs, the fact that it's well, for his kind of performance, for his role, he's been a very kind of quiet person, but very calm and collected as well at the same time. Still not there yet, and I believe that is the tech pause that has been called in.
Yeah. Understandable, honestly, given, you know, how well things started to where they are now. Obviously, the momentum has shifted, and Big Dogs are finding their ground. That's a very high table. Like, yeah. That is a very, very high table.
My man is playing it like he's riding a chopper bike. Hot diggity.
Dear. The Gorilla handlebars, mouse and keyboard setup. I rate it.
Yeah. Look, I mean, maybe that is the solution to, you know, how do you assume the gamer pose? I mean, table this high, maybe that is the answer. Just crank the height up to the maximum whilst you're seeding height to the minimum. But yeah, it's been a bit of a all over the place really this whole matchup. Definitely good to see that, you know, big dogs are not going into this matchup a whole lot quiet, and possibilities of them pulling a comeback are certainly there. But on the side of Altered Edge, bit curious as to what happened in their department, because obviously they've been all picked apart one by one. So whether it's maybe overly confident is could be the answer here. But suppose if we do ever get to talk to them on the interview, maybe that is going to be one of the questions. Meanwhile, Mackenzie though does get the better of Voon, and that is one of the big performers at the start of the rounds previously. With the Jaeger gone, a bit more of a defensive position needs to be assumed here by AE.
Well, Mackenzie, seemingly the player, or the straw rather, that's going to break the camel's back. I mean, he is. I mean, he's an incredibly talented individual. He's a bit nutty, bit crazy, bit careless, bit chaotic. Actually, no, careless isn't the word. Chaotic is the word. He does things that we rarely expect and makes it work. And speaking of making it work, Hamio does the same.
Yes, sir. That's one way to get it going. Kaz does get the better of Malachi, so unfortunately the Warden does not get to shine any further, but Hamio has still that angle. Against him, the LMGE very much well aware of that position. Oh, that is some damage as well dealt, forcing the Wamai to get a little bit more anxious about his position as the... Well, that shield might just go down. I say that though. Fake is completely hit with a fadeaway. Left Kaz kind of questioning the reality of it all.
Hamio, he's back. Polty unfortunately cops the frag grenade. 2 versus 3, and Mackenzie still on the hunt. What can he find from here? There is only Cloud looking to deny onto the site itself, and Hamio covering the stairs might catch Mackenzie unawares on the push up to try and contest the site itself. But no, look at the relocate. It is going to be a join up with the rest of the team. Shont needs to clear that utility, but he might be out of luck in clearing the castle barricades.
Indeed, yeah, that's not particularly the situation that you want to find yourself in, though. Shont does get the better of Hamio. It's all down to Club Fully. UMP 45 in hands. That's 1 down. Swings coming around. That's 2 down. All of a sudden, that's very much workable. 1v1 with Shont down. It's all down to Mackenzie. But Mackenzie has been quite sharp in the recent days against the UMP. And ARX would definitely win 110%. The ping's coming around as well. He's completely clueless. Mackenzie should line it all up. Does. He plays it all down to perfection. But my goodness, Panda, how close it was does not tell the story.
Cloud fella, sometimes known as Steve fella, unfortunately was not the fella that Altered Edge needed in that situation. 5-5 the scoreline, and what could have been their chance to escape bottom of the leaderboard might have been exhausted. Unfortunately, the big dogs off the chain, off the leash, and well, no longer bark but bite indeed.
Yeah, we were starting to, you know, talk some smack about big dogs. And well, they finally started biting back. Definitely good time at least for them to start bringing this back. Mackenzie, meanwhile, already sitting on a 14-5, single-handedly pushing a number of rounds in his favor, namely that very last one, courtesy of his clutch. Certainly been working. And meanwhile, at least, look, it's good to see that the rest of the team is somewhat able to, you know, keep up the pressure, but he a bit falling off, not gonna lie.
Yeah, look, started with a hiss and a roar, and, well, unfortunately, forgot to stoke the furnace, and, well, now they're out. They're out of fuel, they're out of momentum, they are out of safety. No more rounds, no more buffer, nothing. They're tied 5-5. Winner of this moves on to Matt Point and can look to close it out. Big dogs, they've got all the momentum right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Momentum play has been big for big dogs, and they've certainly been riding that wave. And it's just, yeah, it's big. it's big with the way how they've been playing it all out. It's honestly admirable for Big Dogs. Curious though how will they be able to keep on dealing with it, because surely Altered Edge don't just end up pulling the same strat over and over again in hopes of finding the same result, because Hamiel once again catches a boot to the face, courtesy of Kaz, for literally free of charge.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, it's that skill disparity. The things that you have been able to get away with in the likes of Evo qualifiers coming into this competition are not things that you'll be able to get away with in CL. Teams have dealt with it, they've moved beyond it, and unfortunately know how to punish it for Altered Edge anyway. So, yeah, losing out on Hamio, one of the big fraggers for the team, not ideal, but they still have some very capable gunners remaining.
Very much so. Altered Edge, once again, very much separated. Look at this, just yet another 1v3 that is happening, picking apart yet another Altered Edge member. Another one goes in for a solo crusade. Altered Edge, at which point do you stop going for these kind of almost feeds to the enemy team? Is probably my question here, because this, at some point, it has to stop. It's time to stop for them. To feed like this, Faulty, where are you running, my man?
Hashtag Faulty for court! Hashtag, unfortunately, not a single flaw in the attack from the Big Dogs. Faulty no more, maybe. I don't know. It's just, we thought that was it. We thought that was the linchpin. What was going to bring Altered Edge out of bottom of the leaderboard position? Well, regardless, it doesn't matter. They are locked there. Even if they come back and win this in overtime, they will remain bottom of the leaderboard, unfortunately. But that also relies on them winning this next round, which they picked up one round so far this half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Man. Rough times here for Altered Edge. Rough times for my brain as well, trying to process as to what was the real reasoning behind some of those plays by AE. But I suppose who am I to judge them? 6-5 though. This Big Dogs, who once before were 5-2, came back. Claimed already the match point for themselves. Managed to absolutely demolish Altered Edge, who unfortunately for themselves kept on picking the very same strats, setting up the very same positions, basically setting up nearly a slightly more difficult variation of just a preset T-hop for Big Dogs. And I say this as a person who fully understands how insulting it is to call somebody that plays like a bot. But in reality, you look at the setups, nothing changed, or rather not a whole lot of things changed for Altered Edge. And yes, whilst they've all been great in, solo department doesn't put you and doesn't give you wins when you're being pushed by 3 people at the same time.
Especially not when it's 3 people who are capable of fragging out the way that we see Big Dogs have been today. And yeah, it's one of the requirements once you reach this level of play. It's fluidity, being able to adapt on the fly, having a deeper strat book than just the one setup that you run religiously and hope that it's your mechanical skill that is the difference maker. Because unfortunately, it's just not enough anymore.
Yeah, well, at the moment, once again, position has been slowly but surely scouted out. Big Dogs getting a little bit more clinical about their drone usage, trying to find the picks. Voon, droned out, found on his position, forced to soon fall back, and he indeed will be. Nearly after losing his life as the push nearly came around towards him. Cloud Fuller, playing for solo position, not a whole lot of backup from either spot, no flanks coming in either. Voon looks to be quite keen to push the main stairs, but instead actually just sits tight by the site. No coverage as well from... Wait. Did I see that right? That was a defender going into... No, that's Kaz. Never mind. I'm being stupid.
The long rotate, some call it.
Yeah, the long rotate. But no. I was just about to actually make a good point out of that one. Because the position that the Smoke currently playing, Cloudfuller could literally be pincered from 2 different positions because there's no coverage in the servers, no coverage up above him.
Yeah, there is in fact no coverage, and Boff is walking his way up Dirt Tunnel. There is absolutely nothing. Mackenzie as well pressuring, and look, he's in. He's found the rotate back. Somehow Cloud does win that gunfight. But you look at the damage Shant is already doing. He's taken down 2 players from this Altered Edge roster going into the final 30. And they're primed and ready in this elevator position to push on. They spot the head of Faulty, but it's a trade. Bakers is somehow able to connect, and this might all just be over with 2 players now remaining. Culture has 1 nano boost in pocket. Mackenzie has a frag grenade as well. Hamio and Cloud need to go big, but Hamio just runs straight into the crossfire. Culture mops it up, and Big Dogs from a 4-2 deficit in the half, lock Altered Edge into the bottom of the leaderboard for yet another week.
Well then, that's a comeback story and a half, and definitely we'll love to see that one. And one hell of a way to bring it over, and I mean, Mackenzie definitely being the MVP of this roster certainly pushed the envelope even further, and certainly a very pleasant result for them, which will be keeping Big Dogs afloat more than, actually better yet, more than just afloat, pushing them actually over Altered Zelius onto the 5th position as well, even further away from the bottom of the leaderboard.
Well, the unfortunate nature being our 2 newest teams in the competition, and now the bottom 2 teams in the competition. Proto, hashtag faulty for core, just wasn't good enough.
I had high hopes. I really did. The faulty diff was there. It was a possibility, but unfortunately for Altered Edge, I think it may be beyond saving at this point. Big Dogs just locking them in, keeping them down there, and showing them that experience really does trump all, I guess, at the end of the day.
Yeah, look, Big Dogs showing the upstart young pups what's what Cthulhu, not wanting to let them take that easily.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Maybe somebody from the Big Dogs roster ended up tuning into the broadcast in the middle of it all, but yeah, that was definitely a phenomenal comeback, really, from them.
Yeah, look, it may not be the Big Dogs of yesteryear, but for them to pick up a map like that is much needed. They got their win in week 1 against Dynasty. It's taken them, well, now to week 4 to find their 2nd. Look, you take it when you can. At the end, you're playing for OCS, better seeding, for a better matchup if you can. Either way, I mean, look, even where they are, I believe it's Bliss in 3rd, ironically enough, that they would have to be facing off against. So, one more step, I think, might be the ideal.
Yeah, definitely. One more step is certainly there, but look, I gotta say, Big Dogs, if they continue doing this way, the way how they played the second half of the game, all the more to it, all the opportunities to them, because that was a great turnout for them.
Well, it's been a long while since I got to chat to him. Let's get Shonton here from the Big Dogs. Unfortunately, I was away week 1, so we weren't there for your win then. Shont, look, congratulations. It's been a bit of a battler stage for you, but you pick up your win. They did push you a bit, though.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly took us a bit of time to come alive this map. Sort of felt like we were a bit asleep on that first half.
Yeah, run us through actually that sort of comeback story that happened in the second half of Bank. What was kind of the point of, you know, return from the slumber for you guys, and what was kind of the wake up call?
I mean, we were just like just giving our ones up too much, not really like sticking together as a team, moving a bit too quick, just getting ahead of ourselves. But we just took us a few rounds, but we realized that and turned it around.
And what was the sort of thought behind going to Bank? Obviously, you had the choice between Bank and Club for the final 2 maps. Was there anything strategically behind that pick, or was it just sort of throw A in the deep end?
Yeah, a bit of throwing AE in the deep end, and we just felt confident with our Bank.
Now, look, I've got one more question for you, Shant. Now, there's been a lot of build up this stage. Hashtag faulty for core. You come to week 4, you find out he's playing. Was that a concern for you guys at all?
Nah, not at all. We just play our game, focus on ourselves, you know.
That's the one. Look, you picked up the win at the end of the day. You locked them into bottom of the table for another week, unfortunately. But look, Sean, congratulations, another win for the team. Anyone you'd like to shout out before we let you head off?
Big shout out to the team. Really proud of the boys to turn it around from the last couple of weeks that have been pretty tough. Yeah, and shout out to any of the fans we got out there for supporting us. Thank you, guys.
Look, mate, we'll let you head off. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll look to potentially see you back next week. Gentlemen,
Thanks,
play day 4, 3 7-5 matches and a 7-3. So we went pretty deep into the round count at the end. But I mean, Cthulhu, is that how we expected this day to go? Not just in the results, but the round count as well.
Oh, look, I gotta say, not the expectation that was at least in my head for the round count. Winnings wise, somewhat, yeah. Look, whilst I was to a certain degree waiting for one of those underdog stories to finally come to fruition, namely the AE one, everything else kind of seemed relatively down to the script. Circular Spheres winning over Antic, and Circular Spheres
Whoa! Shut up! Don't give the script away, Mike. Look, we're gonna have to have a chat with HR.
Well, there goes my contract.
Leaking the script, but you know what? We're gonna leak as well. Let's leak the results. Let's get them up on screen. If you missed out, too bad. So sad. You should have been here. The matches for the day: a 7-5 start off for Dynasty, a 7-5 return for 1620 Kings, 7-3 over Get a Grip for Circular Spheres, and 7-5 result for the Big Dogs over Altered Edge. I mean, look, if nothing else, Proto, our two newest teams still going maximum regulation in their matches tonight.
Hey, you got to give them that, and it does show levels of improvement across each playday. I mean, we saw them come from losing 7-1, 7-2 to going full regulation against some of these teams that have had that extra stage of experience, or, you know, have been playing together for an extended period of time. And I mean, even Altered Edge, having that lead at the point in that game, I mean, 5-2 they were up at some point. To have that lead, just to show that they can sort of put themselves in that position, given, yes, they lost it, it does open up a new set of avenues for them going into the next playday. Obviously, they have the ability to. They just need to now put the work in and make that a consistent factor.
Well, that's it. Let's have a look at the leaderboard at the end of play day 4. We've crossed the halfway mark, and this is how things are lining up. Circular Spheres, good and clear. 12 points, 4 wins, 0 losses. Get a Grip in second. Look at the spread, though, there, Cthulhu. 9 points, 8 points, 7 points, 6. Then 2 teams on 3 and a 0. Actually, Altered Zelios being knocked down into 7th. I would not have thought that would have been the result. Big Dogs jumping from, you know, their position all the way up to 5th.
Yeah, that was basically the change of the Altered Zelios and Big Dogs. Big Dogs, they were at the very beginning of this matchup. They were on the 7th place. They basically traded with Altered Zelios. Unfortunately for AZ, they were prior to the beginning of this matchup, or prior to the beginning of this Playday just period, they were in a 3-way tiebreaker between themselves, Big Dogs and Nutty Gaming. And unfortunately for AZ, well, they get the shorter end of the stick.
Proto, unfortunately, a 0 score at the end of Playday 4. I mean, that's not the ideal situation. Yes, you're still new in the competition, but I mean, you have to go from being bullied and beaten through the first stage, your first stage of play, then to the OCS, where currently Wildcard are residing in first. Altered Edge, arguably being put through the ringer more than Nutty at the moment.
Yeah, NT have definitely looked a lot more concise, a lot more structured, and overall, out of the 2 teams coming from the qualifiers, I would say arguably better. Obviously, it doesn't sort of shadow anything that AE have achieved. They have still done really very well, but in terms of score, in terms of points, Nutty, I mean, even in their Playday number 1 matchup against each other, Nutty won it. So coming out on top of that, you look at the score, you look at how things have panned out. It's no surprise that Nutty are ahead in terms of where they sit on the leaderboard. But AE have good building blocks. I mean, they've got a decent roster, faulty for core. I mean, if we see that change, maybe with some more Playday, I'm just throwing it out there. But, jokes aside, NT have been performing just that little bit better across the board.
Yeah, I mean, you got a question, at what point do we need to see Altered Edge change to Altered Reality and try and make the mix up? But right now, Circular Spheres sitting comfy at the top. They look good to close out the stage. Cthulhu, I mean, is there any chance at all that they slip up and somehow get a grip, steal that away?
Oh man, I mean the biggest one that could be a slight problem here for Spheres, weirdly enough, is actually going to be Dynasty in Playday number 6. And if Dynasty do ramp up their own momentum, this could be a big performance. But apart from that, I mean, for Spheres, all that is left is Nutty Gaming and AE. So I guess not a whole lot of opportunities to slip up, really.
Well, it speaks for itself, gentlemen. Another amazing OCL Playday. Number 4 done. Next week, of course, Playdate number 5. We get to see if Spheres hold on to that spot, whether Altered Edge can at all climb up the rankings. But until then, we're done. We're dusted. We'll see you next week.